All right, it's time to make the mother flipping donuts. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey, and tonight we're going to do some tard wrangling. I was going to ask Grok what is the politically correct way to say tard wrangling, and then I thought, nah, tard wrangling is pretty much how I want to say it. Hope you guys been well. I've been okay. I would much rather be sleeping than talking to you guys right now. No offense, you're great people, and I love you, but I don't sleep well when my wife is not home, and when I went to sleep yesterday, she was at the office, so I only got a couple of hours of sleep, and then I was so tired last night, I'm like, "I'm just going to bed." So I went to bed at about 6:30, asleep by 7, and when I woke up, it said 11 o'clock on the clock next to my bed. I'm not a happy person, but I am a happy guy. I'm a message in contradictions here. Anyway, we are here tonight because of understatement. This is all his fault. And I'll explain. He sent me the Rachel Wilson Brian Shapiro debate, but that is privated right now. I'm assuming that Brian Shapiro is gonna put it out tomorrow in some form, so he took it down. And I thought, you know what? I know he just had a debate with Andrew Wilson. Let's take a look at that. And so I started watching it, and I wasn't going to stream. I wasn't. I was going to wait and just stream in the morning. Thanks, understatement. Indeed, thank him for this because you guys have heard me talk a lot about Brian Shapiro, and I don't understand how this utter moron has become a thing that keeps popping up on my timeline. And it's not, a lot of people complain, why is that showing up on my timeline? So, oh, well, because that's what you look up, that's what you watch. And there's probably a little bit of that here, but I never seek this guy out. This is the first time I think I've ever sought him out on YouTube, but he keeps showing up on other things that like I have looked up Andrew Wilson, right? So Andrew Wilson popping up arguing with him, that makes sense. Well, he pops up with people I've never watched before. And every time I see him, the guy's a flipping moron. We are jumping into this several minutes into this debate. I'm using air quotes because from what I've seen of it so far, it's a schoolyard insult attempt at each other. And in fairness to Andrew, he has been the more reserved one so far. But he's insinuated himself into the limelight. Yeah, he's pushing himself out there. And it reminds me much of Hassan, because Hassan was the same way. It's like, why does this little bitch keep popping up? And my best guess is there's some PR being paid for here. But in reality, the guy's just a fucking moron, and we're gonna laugh at that. As I'm watching this, the original debate starts because Andrew called Brian a creep, called him a creep on Twitter, and somehow that led to them agreeing to debate here about which one of them is a creep. Now, Andrew's contention is that Brian hits up women and men, but all kinds of people in DMs uninvited. and Brian comes back with, no, your wife hit me up first. And he shows his phone, which shows that Rachel Wilson contacted him first. But what you need to know about Twitter is that you can delete your own messages. If you delete a message that you sent somebody, it goes away. Andrew claims that he has proof that Brian sent the first message and that it's just deleted. But Brian, when he's confronted with that, says that his account was hacked. Well, it turns out his account wasn't hacked. He's like, no, actually, my account wasn't hacked. Your wife, she just reached out to me first. I don't know. I don't care. But that's how this all got started. Okay. And Andrew has just said to Brian at this point that he even sends creepy stuff to guys. He said, you sent me a picture of you with a bunch of OnlyFans prostitutes. And he used the word prostitute, right? And of course, Brian's like, "What, prostitute? You mean your wife?" I'm not kidding. He said it's rude to talk about your wife that way. And then he says, "Do any of those girls have three baby daddies from different men?" Which is one of the funniest. Three baby daddies from different men. It would be weird to have three baby daddies from the same man. You got some genetic difficulties going on there. But this is one of the things people try to hit Andrew Wilson with. Don't make me defend Andrew fucking Wilson. Is that his wife has multiple baby daddies? Yeah, they all came from before they met. Their marriage seems fine. I don't know why this is a talking point. I have never specifically heard Andrew say anything about, not having or not being a stepdad or anything like that. He might have. I don't know. But I haven't seen it. But it's one of the things the left really loves to hit Andrew Wilson. Your wife's a whore. No, she made, if you're going to do that, the worst case is she made some mistakes when she was young. She hooked up with the wrong guys when she was young. Shit happens. But that's the level we're dealing with here. And Andrew Wilson is probably the right guy to be debating Brian Shapiro, because Shapiro is about as smart as the OnlyFans models who go on the whatever podcast. And Andrew, he can handle those pretty well. So anyway, they're talking about the OnlyFans thing. And that's where we're caught up. How many minutes of this did we miss? Wow. There was a lot of this before that. There we go. So it starts at 59 minutes and we are at the 119. So the first 20 minutes of this debate was just nonsensical attempts to insult each other, mostly with Shapiro doing it. In fairness to Andrew, because I know Andrew, my biggest problem with Andrew is he often does debate like old style Destiny, and he hasn't done that yet. But he is talking to Brian, and if it devolves into that, I won't be shocked. So here's the part that made me stop the video, because I've only seen up to maybe 5-10 minutes more of this. But this is the part that made me want to share it with you guys.
Tell you
that's something that you do to Jake Rattlesnake every night. You do that, just not in front of a camera. But anyway,
see, this is the level I wanted to include that part, because remember they're talking about OnlyFans models and like you masturbate to them. Ha 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 ha. That is the level of intelligence we're dealing with here. You beat your meat to OnlyFans models. Ha 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 ha. I do not understand how these people get an audience. I really don't.
Got him. No, you. I got him. No, you, Andrew. No,
Andrew,
you.
Andrew, here's the deal.
Got him, bro.
I don't care what your opinion is on OnlyFans models. I know you're very afraid of women that make more money than you, that maybe have more.
I know you're very afraid of women that make more money than you. I know this tactic of debate style. It's not debate. It's just like, I'm going to insult you, and then maybe I'll make a point. His point is the actual reason we're here. It's not the beating off remarks or you're afraid of women. But the reality is, of most OnlyFans models, the vast majority of OnlyFans models do not make more than Andrew Wilson. They're lucky if they make more than me. And that's saying something. These are not well-paid hoes. Now, they get a little bump when they go on like the whatever podcast and stuff, but then people find some other hoe to spend their money on, some other hoe they don't know.
Power than you. You think women should be in the kitchen. You don't think women should vote, right, Andrew? Is that a fair characterization? You don't think women should vote. How many women have dialed for? I know
when have I ever said that?
Oh, tell me.
See, this is one of those. This is why it's so hard to have an actual discussion with anybody. You don't think women should vote, do you? No, I never said that. And I don't know if Andrew has or not, but this is something that both sides do, left and right. Like, you believe this. Like, but I've never said that. It's like, well, your side does. Your side believes that, so clearly you do.
In your perfect country, Should women be allowed to work?
Yeah.
What if you have kids? If you're a woman that has kids, should she be allowed to have a career?
Sure.
Okay, good. So should women be allowed to vote?
This is one of those things that you'll hear lawyers often talk about. Don't ask questions you don't already know the answer to. So he's like, should women be allowed to have jobs? Yeah. Should they be allowed to have careers? Sure. What if they're moms? I don't care. Well, now I've got you for real. What were you trying to prove there? That he's a rational guy? Allowed, yes, but should they do it? No. Yeah, Faithless. I mean, if they can get away with not working, I don't think women should work. I think it's bad for all of us.
Well, within whatever the confines of the voting mechanisms are, I would want to eliminate universal suffrage for men and women.
Okay, right now, the way the laws are set up, women and men, as you know, have the right to vote. Are you okay with that? Are you?
No,
okay?
I would want to get rid of universal suffrage. Yeah.
He literally answered the question, and you reform the question to get him to just again say his point here is that, and I think he gets into it a little bit. Universal suffrage means everybody gets to vote. Just everybody gets that you don't have to do anything for it. He thinks there should be some kind of at least social cost to it, right? Like a lot of guys fall back on, well, the women don't have to register for the draft, so they can't, whatever. That's all he's getting at. For me, I don't think people should be really voting unless they're paying taxes. And I'm not talking about property tax. If you get a zero bill or a tax refund at the end of the year, you do not get to, no, you don't get a vote because you're voting on how other people's money is spent, and that's not cool. I don't know that it's, how do I want to put this? There's no way to do it where it's like proportionate to how much money you spend in, but as long as you've got skin in the game, then yeah, you can vote. But otherwise, no, I don't just think because you were born in this country, you get a say on how it's run.
Okay.
I'd want to put some kind of bumpers in for universal suffrage. So the idea would be maybe you raise the age, or there's some sort of civic service, or there's.
It's not a bumper if it's universal. You can't have a bumper on universal, Andrew. What you want to do is put bumpers on so that we don't have. It's a nitpick, but language means something.
There's something there which creates a bumper from just everybody being able to vote. I think that's a bad idea.
Women have the same rights as men.
No, they have more rights than men.
How do women have more rights than men?
Because they can abort your kid. That's one. Okay. Two,
and that is undeniable. The idea that women are in any way oppressed here in the United States is nonsense. They literally have more rights than men. Men have no say in whether or not a child is born. No say in it at all. It is all on the women. The women get to make the decision. And then the men, regardless of that woman's decision, have to live with it, which does include maybe spending the next 18 years of your life paying for a child you didn't want. We do not get a chance to get out of the responsibility legally. Now, I know some people, oh, wait, but men don't always pay their child support. Yeah, fuck off with that. Legally, they are required to. There is nothing that women who are pregnant are responsible for doing. They can get the kid aborted. They can give the kid away. They can even give the kid away when dad is still in the picture if they're not hooked up. There are places where you can just give your kid away and dad's like, wait, I wanted it. Women have all that power, and women love to talk about. This is why women don't want abortion to go away, because they know this is where they have rights that men don't. But yeah, women absolutely have more rights than men in this country.
I'll give you the
legally. That's the important, because a lot of, but the systems, no, fuck that. On paper, women have more rights than men in this country.
Comprehensive list. First of all, they can abort your child, and you have no say over that whatsoever, even though you do not also have a say in whether or not you have to pay for that child's rearing, which means they get a choice that you don't get. The second way they have rights over men is they experience privilege inside of society that men don't get. The third way is...
see, that one's not rights. Experiencing privilege inside of society is not a right. Bad argument, Andrew.
that they are immune from the draft, and men are not.
That's
immune
true.
from the draft. Men have to sign up for the draft.
Did
or
you
else they
hear?
lose.
Did you hear Shapiro there? Yeah. I mean, this is one that yeah, women do not have to sign up for the draft, and when they almost had to, that backlash that fast. It was no, we didn't mean that. My bad. It's like, yeah.
Whose rights?
How many
So
men are
actually
Oh,
women?
wait. Okay, here. This is the actual part that made me do it. The whole argument leads to this, but his fucking argument here is so goddamn stupid. So stupid. This is why it's called tard wrangling, guys.
Men have to sign up for the draft, or
Correct.
else they lose rights.
How many
So
men are
actually women have more
Okay,
rights.
let's go one by one. Since the early 70s, how many men soldiers have died?
They're going to get this number completely wrong because notice what he said since the early 70s. Nam isn't over till 75. The early 70s, Vietnam was still going on.
I don't know the total
You
of
don't
all
know.
soldiers
I
died.
think
Who
it's, I
died?
think it's somewhere around 8,000 or so, give or
My guess is that in 72, there were probably at least 8,000 killed and wounded in just in Nam.
take. And by the way, they're all heroes.
No, it's probably more than that from training accidents and everything.
How
else.
many women have died from childbirth since the
Wait, no, that can't be right. It can't only be 8,000 since 1970.
Now, Andrew's going to go on to a kick about how many actually died, and we'll get to that in a second. But you can already see where I keep wanting to call him Josh. It's not Josh Shapiro. If I say Josh, it's just because he's the governor out there in Pennsylvania, and I've said his name so many times on the show. I may also call him Ben Shapiro. There's so many Shapiros that have been in my vocabulary for the last several years. Tard Shapiro here. Maybe I should just call him Tard Shapiro. Is that too insulting? Probably to Tards, but Tard Shapiro is trying to compare compulsory service, even though the draft wasn't instituted since the late 70s. We haven't had to draft anybody, right? Call him Sharpie. No, because that Shappy. Okay, I see what you said. There was no R there. Like Sharpie makes it sound like he's smart. Yeah, Shappy's got his little page boy cap on, his paperboy cap on. He's trying to compare compulsory service to voluntary childbirth. Women don't have to sign up for childbirth. Men have to sign up for the draft. And look, I think it's a dumb argument that because we have to sign up for the draft, we get the vote. That's a stupid argument. But if you are going to talk about that, that is compulsory. There's nothing that you can do to get out of having to sign up for the draft. Now, childbirth, there's rapists out there. So some women are impregnated against their will. It doesn't happen all that often, but it can happen. But it's not state sponsored. Women don't have to sign up to have babies. It's like, hey, the birth rate's low. You need to sign up to take a load. There is none of that shit. But in his mind, those two are comparable. In his mind, those two are comparable. One is a forced civic duty. The other one, some people might even consider it a civic duty, but it's not a legal civic duty to have kids. Oh my God, these people are retarded.
Okay, so how many
Hang on, Brian. I don't think that's accurate. In fact, just my logical, I don't believe you that it's only 8,000 since the 1970s who
You don't have to
died.
believe me. That's fine.
Let me look it up.
You don't have to believe me. Well, you shouldn't, because he literally made the number up. I don't know where he got the number. He never tells us where he got the number. He just says only 8,000 have died since the early 70s. Hang on, there we go. What's up, Jack? How you doing tonight, my friend? Jack?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. How you doing, man?
I'm tired. How are you?
I'm tired and happy because I'm tard wrangling, and that always makes me happy.
Oh my God, this guy's so dumb, dude.
Have you watched this debate?
The specific one, I believe I did.
Okay.
I mentioned it to you the other day after the show. Remember?
Yeah, that's why I went to look it up, because Understatement sent me a link for Shapiro arguing against Rachel Wilson, but that has been privated, so I didn't get to watch it. And I went, oh yeah, he was with Andrew recently, and you were the one who told me about it. I didn't know if you had watched it or if you just seen he had done it.
No, I watched it because I watched it right after Brian Shapiro lost to Jesse Lee Peterson. Which was
he argued with Jesse Lee.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Oh my God, I'll have to watch that.
I love Jesse Lee Peterson. You know, I don't care that he's super religious and a little bit of a kooky old guy, but
right.
I think that adds to his charm. He's the kind of guy I want as a neighbor to hang out with and like grill food, because sitting around listening to that guy while eating steak would be just mind-blowingly awesome. He just says the most crazy stuff.
He does. Jesse Lee is one of those guys who I find hilarious. I would never use him as a source.
No.
But the way that he gets at these people is just funny as shit to me.
Yeah, he's like master level troll.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, he does believe some of what he's saying. On the other hand, he's clearly just trying to get a rise out of him. And he does these little smiles too, so you know what he's up to. Oh man, I love that guy. He's hilarious, but he was making Brian mad. And if this is the debate that I watched the other day, because I've been watching a lot of this dumb ass for some reason. Brian had apparently insulted Andrew's wife.
Well, the two of them got into it because Andrew called him a creep because he had jumped into DMs. The insulting his wife thing, I did forget to mention at the beginning, guys. This is what leads to Andrew to call him a creep. He calls Rachel Wilson a Somali slut. There's some backstory there because Rachel had said something to the effect, well, if this is true, then I'm a Somali slut. And he responded, well, I guess you're a Somali slut. That kind of stuff is the name calling bullshit that led to a debate actually kind of insults my intelligence.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of this insults my intelligence, but that's
sure
here or there. Yeah, this is like two 10th graders arguing.
Yeah, and again, in fairness to Andrew, so far from what I've seen, that we're probably 25 minutes into the debate, he has been relatively restrained. He's been the grown-up of the conversation.
Oh yeah, and look, I don't agree with Andrew Wilson on a lot of things, but I do think he is a good entertainer because he has his cadence right, and he's knowledgeable enough that he could argue his position, even if he uses bad tactics or whatever. I think he is reasonably. He's not as moronic as a lot of the disingenuous shitbags on the left, if that makes any sense.
No, I get you.
So yeah, I'll give him credit for that. Like I said, I don't always agree with the guy, but I don't care that he's making an honest living. So, but Brian is very much from the school of early Destiny, where it's just disingenuous arguments.
I would actually say Andrew is more from that school where Brian is even dumber than that. He's the people that Destiny used to argue against, who had no argument whatsoever. They just heard talking points.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, so now, Jack, they're at the part where he is comparing the draft to pregnancy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna love this if you haven't seen it. But yeah, I apologize for being late.
I've only watched. First of all, I skipped most of the first part of this because it was worthless. This is where we picked up. This is the part that made me decide to stream this. Is his take on childbirth and the draft. So after that, I'll let you know when it's brand new stuff to me. But here we go.
Go ahead. How many women have died from childbirth since the early 70s?
No idea.
Over 30,000. More women have died from childbirth since the early 70s than men that have had to go to war. So wouldn't that?
Well, again, the early 70s, you have to.
Coughs in Vietnam.
Yeah, he's completely ignoring Vietnam. What he means to say is the mid 70s.
But yeah, after the Vietnam pullout, that's usually where they do their stat.
And he keeps saying the early 70s, which does include Vietnam. But either way, it's the two are not comparable. Compulsive service versus deciding to have a kid. But I do love that he makes it 30,000. Yeah, that's
You said it more manly than he does.
I did 50 years ago.
Yeah.
You're talking early 70s. That's 50 fucking years ago. 30,000. Well, actually, it's only about 800 a year, which falls in line with what I told you guys when I was arguing with Weibo about this shit. Childbirth, yes, that is if you're one of the people who died, it's very impactful. Around 2 million. My internet cut out right as I left that cliffhanger.
I thought it was mine, so I didn't say anything.
No. The trees are starting to get leaves on them again. I gotta get those fucking trees cut down. But the number of women who die every year is less than 1,000, and 2.5 million people die every year. It is statistically irrelevant. That's not to say we shouldn't try to make sure women survive childbirth. Absolutely, we should. And if we can get that number better, we absolutely should.
Yeah,
but the
100%.
left loves to use this as though, hey, it's such a dangerous thing. Like 3 million babies are born every year. And of those 3 million births, less than 1,000 women die. Anyway, Assassin Gray, thank you.
Wants to throw numbers.
Let me get this real fast. It's been sitting here a second. Feminist $12 times 2 plus tip. Over 17 million American men were drafted for the war in the 20th century, and approximately 600,000 killed in action, 1.9 million non-combat deaths. Women got it worse. Yeah, according to him, they do. According to him, they do. What were you going to say there, Jack? I'm sorry.
First of all, thanks for supporting the channel, Assassin. As always, he's also not taking into consideration how dangerous it is being a baby, considering the abortion stats.
Oh, sure. With especially after Dobbs, 1 million a year being killed.
Yeah.
Look, they never talk about how many men are killed at work. And
yeah,
these are usually dads. These are blue-collar workers who are out there doing the dangerous jobs. They never get talked about. It's just the women. And they always present it as though it's somehow compulsory. It's not. It's absolutely not. But anyway, back to dipshit here.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with a lot, because we're talking about childbirth. Men don't have to be pregnant. I'm assuming you're not pregnant.
Neither do. Well, wait a second. Hang on.
Women don't have to. No. It's not that women don't, or men don't have to be pregnant. Men can't get pregnant, you fucking retard.
Oh, you bigot.
He thinks he's being so clever here. Men don't have to get pregnant. No, dummy. Men can't get pregnant. But women don't have to get pregnant either. Do we have a national rape policy or something that I missed?
Oh, yeah. It was instituted under Handmaid's Tale.
Ah, yes. I forgot about that fictional book.
It's not the argument. You get the argument wrong. Many people do.
That's my
argument. But that's a bad argument because we're talking.
Yeah, Andrew's spot on here. This is a moronic argument. This is how many times have I pointed out that the left cannot make analogies worth a fuck? This is insanity to me. You're like, no. Women have to get pregnant. They don't. There's no pregnancy draft. We keep with the birth rates. There might be one.
Your opinion.
Can you tell me a woman who's compelled to be pregnant by the state?
So first of all, I'm going to repeat myself.
Okay, so I have heard this part, but because of the argument, I already started setting it up. So I know Andrew comes in and gives us the actual number of how many men died in combat and stuff. But this is where I stopped paying attention, just so we're all on the same page here.
Monkey's zoned out. He's like, fuck this.
I started making a thumbnail, dude.
Self again and say
women
that
compelled to be pregnant by the state, Brian.
no. So
okay, great. That's the distinction, Brian.
So here's something that women bring children into the world.
Nobody disputed that.
You and your wife always talk about the childbirth rate and how it's continuing to decline. The point that I am trying to make is if you want women to have more children, which I think both of you always seem to advocate for, you could tell me if that's not true. By that standard, men can't have children. Women are the ones that have children. Over 30,000 women have died since the early 70s from childbirth. So if you want to give me the argument about men going to war and dying, which is also extremely tragic, and they're all heroes.
That wasn't his argument. His argument wasn't that they had to go to war and die. It's that they had to sign up for the draft. There's no getting around it.
Monkey, you in this conversation, you have to have realized that there is a lot of stadium field maintenance because they move the goalposts around a lot.
Look, if you want to attack Andrew's argument, by all means do so. I have a problem with that argument that signing up for the draft makes it so that you get to vote. No, because there's a lot of people who sign up for the draft who never get drafted. And what, they get a vote just because they signed up? No. That's asinine. I do think it should be based on how much skin you have in the game financially. But to then argue that if death is what it's based on, it's not, you idiot. He forgot about men killed in World Wars 3 through 11, right? And we don't even know it. We don't even know how many died in 12 through whatever we're at now, Frosted. Thank you for the donation, my friend.
It's a good point, Frosted.
Good, very, very good point.
You could also make the argument that
so hang on, couple things. First of all, your numbers were wrong. Between 2003 and 2011 alone, 4,500 military U.S. deaths happened. And between 2001 and 2014, over 6,800 U.S. Military deaths in the Afghanistan war. Hang on, stop. In the Afghanistan war alone. You are incorrect. Overall, the total U.S. military deaths since 1979, that's the end year. I picked the end year, is at least over 12,000. So you're incorrect on your facts.
All right. So I'm incorrect on 8,000. Let's just say those are correct. And let's just say.
Let's just say those are correct. You know, since you actually did the research here live on my show that I didn't bother doing before I threw out that stat.
Like a weirdo. Research.
It's okay to get stuff wrong. It is. But when he clearly just made shit up or he just saw somebody said that and never did any research on it to then throw it out like this, I don't give a pass for that.
I'm off by 4,000. Let's just hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Okay, no problem. I'll give you that. Let's just say it's 12,000. Over 30,000 women have died from childbirth since the early 70s. Why do you think it's wrong for a woman what she wants to do with her own body?
Because that's voluntary.
Not all the time. You guys seem to think that if a woman is raped and she should have to have that child, that's not voluntary.
Well, let's just.
All right. Let's take the other Shapiro's argument on this, because it's one of the most intelligent ways I've seen to argue back against this nonsense from the abort all babies folks. They love to use the rape thing. What about the rape and the life of the mother? And okay, what if we grant you that? What if we grant cases if we make it so that yes, if you're raped, you get to have an abortion. You do have to tell us who the rapist is, by the way. What if we give you those exceptions? Is that okay? Will you say that all of the other abortions, all the abortions of convenience have to stop? And every time, well, no. And that's important to bring up because it shows their motivation. They are trying to manipulate you with like, what about rape victims? Don't you care about the rape victims? When the overwhelming majority, and when I say overwhelming, it's staggering how many abortions are abortions of convenience, especially considering how much you hear life of a mother and rape. If you got rid of all of the rape and life of a mother abortions, it would still be well over 900,000 out of the million abortions there are. Well over, like 95%. But they love this argument. But what about the rape? Let's just go to one of their favorite examples down there in Ohio, Jack. Little 12-year-old had to go to another state to get her abortion because she'd been raped. It's not what they didn't tell the whole story, because in order to do that, they were supposed to tell who the rapist was. And the reason she couldn't get the abortion in Ohio is because they were trying to protect an illegal who raped her.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tarkata. Since Monkey is turd wrangling tonight, I think the video of Bill Maher talking with David Cross would make him rage. Yeah, did you watch that?
No.
Yeah, he had David Cross from Arrested Development, the bald guy. Yeah, and it did not go well.
Was this on his Get High podcast?
Yeah, I think so.
I can usually only watch about the first half of that, because then Bill's too fucking high to make any sense.
Yeah, well, that's the price you pay, I suppose. That I can't watch most of that show because stoners are typically kind of boring.
The fish from Megamind. Neither of you went to where I would go for David Cross. Did you guys not watch Mr. Show?
No, I never saw it.
With Bob and Dave, Better Call Saul's Bob and David Cross?
No.
Wow. Neither of you went to Scary Movie 2, the guy in the wheelchair? Arrested Development. I love Arrested Development. His character in there is fucking weird.
Yeah. When he dressed up like a Smurf, that was outstanding.
He wanted to be in the Blue Man Group.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Tard Wrangling. No, I'll check that one out. I'm sure it'll come across my thing. Mr. Show with Bob and Dave was awesome. It was really good.
Grant, for the sake of the argument, the hypothetical that if a woman is SA'd, she can then go ahead and abort. Okay, that doesn't change the argument. Doesn't give you any better or clearer grounds here. Women are not compelled by the state to get pregnant. Men are compelled by the state, or they lose. What woman?
Yeah, see, that's the part that they always miss in this argument. Even if you're going to use the abortion argument or the rape argument for it, the state is not compelling her to get pregnant. You can make the argument that they're compelling her to have the child if you get rid of abortion, but the get pregnant part, there's no part of the law that says women have to get pregnant. None. In fact, if a rapist is caught, we throw him in jail and let him get butt fucked by a bunch of guys. Seems a pretty strong deterrent against rape in my book, Jack.
I mean, yeah, but forced insemination.
Yeah, there's no government compelled insemination. There's just not, and that's why this argument doesn't work. But this tard right here will never understand that. I have not seen the rest of this, but Andrew has just explained it very well. It's not compelled. It's not state compelled. That is the argument. And he's like, but 30,000
loses rights if she doesn't get pregnant. Could he name one?
Andrew, that's not the argument that I made.
It is the argument.
No,
that's my argument. That's my argument.
Right. That's your.
If you do want to make that argument, you can go to taxes. It's the one place where you can say having a child does give a benefit, but it can go for men and women for your child tax breaks. Yeah, that's the one compulsion that they give for having children, but it's not mandatory.
People on the left are generally pro-taxing, so they are not going to even walk into that minefield because they can lose that fairly easily with somebody that knows what they're talking about.
But it's the only place that there's government intervention that at least encourages childbirth. That's as close as you can come to it. But this idiot does not know that. I'm positive of that.
If it wasn't on Wikipedia, he doesn't know it, dude.
Has anyone checked the 30K stat? He totally lied about the others. So the 30K stat, I don't know if it's real, but just doing the math and having looked up, especially recently, the numbers. What was it in 2023? 669 women died. If you multiply that, he says early 70s. So let's just go from 70 through now. That's what, 55 years? Times 6,000 or 600 each year is about 30,000. So it's at least close. I doubt he's off by as much as he was in the other one, but.
Our argument.
Yeah. So can you respond to my argument?
In a second. Here's my argument. I don't think you're understanding.
I understand it fine.
He is such a fucking woman. I'm sorry, ladies. This is female logic here. You don't agree with me, so you clearly don't understand my point.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say it, but yes.
I have had that exact argument with my wife many. You're not understanding me. No, I do. I just disagree.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Thank you, Frosted Glass. I and Gemini crunched some of the numbers. 64 million abortions since Roe. Assuming half the children were girls, that's an average of 1,650 women killed by abortion per day. More than double the average deaths per day of the Holocaust. But we hate women. Yeah.
Well,
how dare you?
What was the number per day?
1,650.
1,650. More potential women are killed in a day than die in childbirth in 2 years, almost 3 years.
Yeah.
Let that sink in.
And I'm guessing, just based on the location of most Planned Parenthoods, quite a significant portion of that 1,650 are minorities.
Oh, I will go even further than that. At least half are black.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
Yeah. Add another probably 10 or 15% for Latinas or other Central and South Americans.
Black women,
it's going to be disgustingly high.
Black women make up the majority of abortions. They're like 55%, I think it was.
That was Margaret Sanger's goal, as she stated in her books.
Don't quote me on that 55, look it up, but especially considering they're only 6% of the population, the fact that they are more than half of all abortions is astounding.
It's horrifying. I mean, that is pretty much the definition of a genocide, if you ask me. This is undeniable. If all of the black babies that were aborted were actually born, the black population in America would be double. Think about that. Yeah.
But I'm racist because I think black people can get a driver's license.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. All right. I forgot. He's going to explain his point, and I'm excited because again, I haven't seen this, Jack, and I assume his point is women die in childbirth.
No, I have seen this, and I am not excited because I already lived through this once.
Is Steel Man?
Let's just say it's 12,000. Let's just say your figure was correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Women are the ones that bear children, and you guys always advocate for more children. Women should be raising more children when you have over 30,000 women. So it's also very dangerous. You can argue more.
It's not very dangerous. No.
Okay. Well, you can argue, and based on these statistics, that more women have died.
By the way, when the women are younger in their 20s, it's really not very dangerous at all.
That's their choice when they want to have.
Exactly. You're right. It's their choice.
So
men don't get a choice. They're compelled into service by force, or they lose rights. Can you name a similar thing that women are compelled by the state to do, or they lose rights?
I never said they were. I never said they were.
Again, this started because Andrew said women have more rights than men, and gave the example of not having to sign up for the draft. And dipshit here went, but women die in childbirth. That's the genesis of this conversation. This man is a moron. And again, the hat should be a giveaway. Take that fucking hat off, you retard. Get a lone wolf hat like Jeremy.
It is more manly to have a ball cap on. Even a trucker hat than whatever. What do they call those things? Kegels or something?
What?
Like a vagina muscle?
Yeah, the
Kegels.
Kegels, yeah, Kegels. I've always said Kegels.
Yeah, because it sounds like a vagina muscle, and usually it's attached to a vagina, just like this.
So then you have no argument. Exactly.
No, in your opinion, we have no argument.
You have no argument.
No. You just proved your own argument wrong by saying it's their choice. Andrew's point here is that men don't get a choice. This is where women have rights that men don't have. That is the whole argument, you dumbass. But this, if you've ever seen this idiot argue before, this is why I rip on him every chance I get. This is how he argues. It doesn't matter what's actually said to him. It doesn't matter what the argument's actually about. He just has a comeback for everything, whether it makes any sense or not. You just killed your own argument.
For this. Yeah, look, there is an argument for this entire thing. Okay, women do have more rights than men. Life's not fair.
Understatement. This I didn't get to see the video you sent me. It's privated right now. I'm sure maybe he got his ass totally whipped and he's going to hide it forever, but he has it privated for right now, so I couldn't watch it. So I went and watched this one instead.
I think it got privated because of this conversation and the fact that he said some really mean things to a woman.
We'll see. I'm sure somebody captured it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's floating around somewhere.
Argument. You have no argument. I'm completely correct. You're right. I'm totally correct.
You're not. In your mind, you're in your mind in every debate, because I think you're kind of an insecure guy. Mm-hmm. You think you win.
He's always got to do that. He's always got to do that shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't take cheap shots at people. I do it all the time.
Yeah, it's because it's fun.
It is. But when it gets to the actual meat of the argument, have the meat of the argument. You do not have to have a fucking comment. He is a 14-year-old little girl.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I told you this is like 10th graders fighting.
Good God.
Yeah, that's not going to improve, because this guy's entire shtick is that he's like Hunter Avalon. He's a disingenuous arguer. He has to get cheap shots in on you, and if you say anything back, you're the bad guy. And he doesn't know what he's talking about, so he'll never accept that he made a mistake or that he's wrong.
You just called the guy that came on your show to argue with you, and you have all the power in this situation, insecure. I mean, is it possible that he's insecure in certain ways? Sure. I mean, pretty much everybody is. There are very few people who are like me, or like, I love everything about me. But this isn't, there's no reason for it. And it's not even logical. It wasn't on Brian's channel. It was on one of these debate channels called Uncensored America. Oh, okay. Well, whatever it was, they have it privated right now, so I couldn't even watch it.
Before we go on, thank you, Evolved Potato. Now, this is on the averages by decade because Google won't give me the real stats, but since 1970, about 20,000 women have died from complications linked to childbirth. So even by that inflated definition, he's overestimating the stat by 50%. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a higher percentage of disingenuousness there, but yeah, somebody gave him this stat. Unless he is like broadening the definition, it won't surprise me.
Yeah, I'm when it comes to how many have died, I really don't think that he's that far off. Again, if in 2023 we had 700 die, and you go back to the 70s and you look at how far medicine has come since then, even I can see it being around 30,000. You're right though. The problem is that he probably didn't even look it up. He's much like he did with the military number. He just heard a number or made it up on the spot. Anyway.
Every debate, you get into your philosophical debates.
That's not philosophical. Okay, what did I do?
This is another thing he does. You get into your there was nothing philosophical about what Andrew said.
But that makes it dismissive. That way it's not rooted in facts, logic, or science. It's rooted in your philosophy. And philosophy isn't reality necessarily or fact-based. It's just your belief. Also, is that a washing machine behind him? Is he in a laundromat or in his basement? Or mom's basement?
I don't know what that is.
Looks like he's in a basement. I was just curious because maybe mom got sick of hearing him argue with people online, you know.
Philosophizing, Brian?
I didn't say that. Andrew, put a cigarette.
What do you mean you didn't say that? You literally just said Philly. Okay, let's watch it in its entirety. I want to make sure he's not taken out of context here.
Debate, because I think you're kind of an insecure guy. Mm-hmm. You think you win every debate. You get into your philosophical debates.
That's not philosophical. Okay, what did I do? I wasn't philosophizing, Brian.
I didn't say that. Andrew, put a cigarette.
You get into he didn't even say philosophizing, right? He didn't say philosophy correctly. He stumbled on it like he's a member of Congress.
Yeah. Well, that's why Andrew's making fun of him there.
He literally just said it. I didn't say that. Yes, you literally just said it.
It's out of context, monkey. That's what Hassan would say.
What the fuck is going on? It looks like a window behind him. That's a mirror behind him, actually. So we're seeing what's in front of him there for some reason.
Which one, Andrew?
No. Shapiro boy. You see the frame right down here.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. And if you look at the wall, that we can see it's kind of tilted. Yeah, that's a mirror.
You know what? That's a photography backdrop. I can see the wrinkles on it.
I'd say that, or it is the world's ugliest painting.
Yeah, that's that. If you look right under your avatar there's two lines. That's where it's wrinkled. He didn't iron it. That's like a $30 backdrop from some photography outlet on Amazon, I bet.
Who are you guys going to believe, me or your lying ears, right, Romeo? I mean, was it even 5 seconds between when he said it and he denied saying it?
Well, look, the guy, he's not real smart.
Bread in your mouth and relax. Okay, stop spurging out, as you would say. The only point that I was trying to make, I didn't say in most cases, unless a woman is obviously raped. And again, I want to point that out because Andrew thinks if every woman is the victim of sexual assault, she should be forced to have that child, which I think makes you absolutely insane. But even with that being said, right, I never said anyone's forcing women to have kids, but you guys everywhere you go.
By comparing it to compulsory signing up for the draft, that's what you're saying, moron. I do not understand how they don't understand. And when I say they, I mean leftists who argue like this, and I've run into quite a few of them. The argument was made to you about compulsory service, and you came back with this. So logically speaking, we can assume that you think they're being compelled to have babies. That otherwise, you might as well have said 30,000 women go to Starbucks each day. Thank you, Evolved Potatoes. Strangely enough, the 70s were actually record lows in maternal mortality and childbirth. You're statistically more likely to have died in modern times than back then. But that's more because of certain ethnic groups that have risen in numbers. Yeah. And for that, we can thank things like, you need to go to a black doctor or they won't understand you. Do you guys even understand how racist that is? How racist it is to be like, no, if you don't go to a black doctor, they won't understand your physiology.
Yeah, or you're suffering. Oh, suffering. Yeah, but that monkey, you have to understand that black people can't be racist. So it's okay if they say something totally racist.
Well, okay, even if we said that, I mean, white people say it too. The left, they're racist.
Well, they are racist.
Yeah.
I mean, founders of the Klan and all. And no, minority, let me speak for you. Shut up.
Yeah. I still remember this one thing I watched about Black maternal mortality rates. And they were basically telling Black women, you got to go to a Black doctor or they won't understand you. And they're telling the story of these women who died, and none of them died during childbirth. All of them were shortly after them. It was postpartum deaths.
Mm-hmm.
And in every case, the woman started having medical complications and didn't go to the doctor.
No, doctors weren't listening.
And then they find her bleeding out on the floor, and they're like, damn racists. Like, no, you're bleeding out your cooch. That's a good time. Unless you're having your period, if you just start bleeding out your cooch, you should probably go to a doctor. I guarantee you, if I started leaking blood out of my wiener, I'm going to a doctor.
Yeah, I would hope so.
I don't like doctors, but blood out of the part of your body, or blood out of any part of your body when it's not supposed to be, is an issue.
Yeah, that's definitely a cause for concern.
And in this whole thing, they're like, but the doctors just don't understand the Black peoples.
That is so, like, that's even more racist than anything they said in the 50s.
It's not just racist, it's fucking dangerous.
Of course it is, but they don't care about that. They need some corpses to stand on, monkey.
All right, back to this.
Responding to the argument.
Hold on. You and Rachel go across the country and always say that women need to have more kids. They need to be stay at home. They shouldn't have a career. Not that they shouldn't be. You're saying they shouldn't, it shouldn't be a law that they shouldn't be allowed to have kids. But you're always advocating for women to
shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Shouldn't be allowed to work, you mean?
Not shouldn't be allowed to work. I misspoke. You're advocating for that. Okay. Now, by that own logic, over 30,000 women have died by giving birth, and you're making the case that, well, because the state's not.
You mean an avoidable condition that they have the choice in?
So, okay, all right.
Yeah, okay. May I pick up right here for a second?
Please.
Now, what he said, let's apply it slightly differently. You know what really kills people? Exercise. So we should avoid that dangerous, compelled thing and not exercise, because what happens is if you get really fat and you start trying to lose some of that weight, you might pull something or have a heart attack. So you shouldn't try. Okay. That's society pressuring you to meet a Western beauty standard. You should just stay fat. Stay fat, fatty.
How many millions of births versus wars? Yeah, that's one thing he doesn't talk about. If you go back to the 1970s, again, about 3 million people born every year, 50 years, that is 150 million people.
Yeah, well, look, we're not going to talk about the fact they don't actually know how many people died in.
Wait, no.
What?
Did I do the math right there? Go ahead, I'm sorry. You said we don't know how many people died?
We don't know how many people died in Cambodia or Vietnam, the natives. Because a lot of those people were killed by their own and buried in shallow graves or left out in the jungle to rot. So we don't actually know the numbers on some of these things. He's talking specifically about military casualties. But if you really look at war, you have to factor in civilian casualties too. And we don't know actual numbers on a lot of those.
In fairness to Brian here, and how dare you make me defend him at all. We are talking about the compulsory draft, so it does make sense to stick to just the soldiers.
Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. But look, I'm looking at their logic here about deflection and not taking responsibility for my arguments.
How can I sign up for your anti-exercise newsletter, Jack?
Oh,
tune into the show.
Tune into the show. I'm full of shitty advice. And like, share, subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications.
And if you feel so compelled, please toss a donation to Jack or myself.
That's right. I'm poor.
Dude Bro says nothing like some monkey time or some nighttime monkey. I got so much shit for doing that one earlier today. people have gotten used to it being dark in America when I do the show.
It's sexier that way. It's like Baywatch After Dark.
I've gotten so much shit over the years for Monkey in the Morning being at like 1 o'clock in the morning that to be people being upset that it was in the afternoon was funny. And nobody was like mad about it, joking stuff. But
yeah, of course.
It's like, I can't please you people. Anyway, I want to go back a second here because I want to follow his logic. Because he says, you guys go around the country advocating having children. And by your logic, 30,000 women have died. And I'm not sure how that logic train got derailed.
Look, first of all, these people are antenatal. They don't like babies. They don't want women to have babies. They want them in the workforce working for faceless corporations and being miserable. So that's, I think, really what it's at. But you got to replace those workers. So
how can you not like babies?
It's right?
No, the other day we were watching my youngest granddaughter, and she's just 1. And one of her favorite things to say these days is "Let's go." She sounds like a podcast bro.
Nice,
but it's because if you're going somewhere where they're, come on, let's go, and that's the term she's picked up, and she says it with such enthusiasm. She really does sound like she should have her own podcast.
I think anybody that wants to do this job should try it because it's easiest job on earth, despite what other people say.
You know me, I love little kids. I would have had a dozen of them if my wife would have let me do it.
I don't like kids. They got sticky fingers and they'll pull your hair.
They're funny as shit, man. They are just hilarious to watch.
Now, yeah, from a distance. Then they cry or poop themselves, and you go get their mom and you leave quietly.
All right, so here's his logic train.
But you guys, everywhere you go,
responding to the argument.
Hold on. You and Rachel go across the country and always say that women need to have more kids. They need to be stay at home. They shouldn't have a career. Not that they shouldn't be. You're saying they shouldn't. It shouldn't be a law that they shouldn't be allowed to have kids. But you're always advocating for women to
shouldn't be allowed to have kids. You shouldn't be allowed to work. You mean?
Not shouldn't be allowed to work. I misspoke. You're advocating for that. Okay. Now, by that own logic, over 30,000 women have died by giving birth, and you're making the case that, well, because the state's not.
You mean an avoidable condition that
Well, look, logic has not entered this building once.
By that, first of all, more than 30,000 women, because you didn't put the time frame on it there. Way more than 30,000 women have died during childbirth. I dare say it's probably in the billions since the beginning of human civilization, Jack. Since humankind became a thing, maybe high millions because we didn't have that many people at the time. But especially until medical research becomes a real thing, lots of women died during childbirth because of easily preventable stuff. And you should use those numbers. Since you're making up numbers anyway, you might as well use a fuller number, jackass. But how does you don't think people should be compelled to have babies? So by your logic, 30,000 people died is an argument.
Is it? Now, there's a lot of assumed risk when you do anything. But ladies, when you have kids, because I know we have some moms in the audience, weren't you excited to have a child and willing to sacrifice yourself for your child if necessary? I mean, like that lady that put off going to cancer treatment till she had her kid, and thankfully she went into remission. But I think he's just assuming this is some sort of like adverse reaction, like it's unnatural to put yourself at risk. I'm just not following this. You call it a logic train, but logic has a destination, or trains have a destination. This is more like a Crazy Taxi, the video game from
you're not wrong. I am very confused by what his point is, other than women have died. Women, yes, women have died.
I think that he started this analogy, and once he realized it was a losing proposition, he just doubled down because he doesn't have a better analogy. And somebody told him this was a winning one, and Andrew is just running circles around him, and he keeps trying to shift the goalpost.
Let's do a little bit of math. About 2.5 million people die in the United States every year. We can assume that roughly half of them are women because women are half of the population, just over half, actually. So out of 2.5 million, that is 1.25 million women die every year. Of those 1.25 million deaths, 700 of them were because of childbirth. That's not even 1%. 1% would be 15,000.
I think more crab fishermen died than that. Like it's more dangerous being a Vietnamese fisherman than it is having a baby in America.
God bless, man. All right.
They have a choice in.
Women, I would hope, have a choice whether they're going to have.
Great. So women have the
legally they have a choice. What a fucking dumbass.
I guess in Brian's utopia, they don't have a choice. You will have a baby, bitches.
Avoidable choice to have children. Women or men are compelled by the state to sign up for the draft.
Your entire argument is that you want women to have more kids. You advocate for that every single day.
Yep.
Okay. For argument's sake, let's say that is his argument, which again is not the argument here. The argument here was about women having more rights than men. That's where this started. That's what this whole conversation is about. But let's say 1 million women die every year in childbirth. What the hell would that have to do with Andrew saying more women should have children? How many women die in childbirth has no bearing on whether or not women should have more children.
Oh my God, you want women to die, monkey? But by doing this thing that's biologically imperative, they could die. Lots of people fall off ladders, by the way. I still need to fix my roof. Also, that pause really kind of solidifies this entire argument. There's one guy going, "What the fuck?" and the other guy having some sort of spurg attack. I mean, look at that male Karen on the right. You look at that and you can't tell me he's not going to nag you right now.
I should rename this stream "How You Make Andrew Wilson Look Intelligent."
I mean, look, I don't think the guy's dumb, but I do think he argues with a lot of really dumb people. So he's not a master debater, I don't think, but I'm not either. So I'm not going to fault the guy. But it's kind of like beating up a retard right here.
It is, and I would love to talk to old Josh here, but I've seen most of Josh through the Warren Smith debates.
You mean Brian?
Brian. Did I say Josh again? God damn it. I told my audience early on I'd be using the wrong name constantly. So we're going back to Tard Shapiro.
Tard Piro
here. He does this every time. Whatever the argument is, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He has something he wants to say, and no matter what you say in return, no matter how you counter him, he can even contradict himself, and he is still going to stay on topic.
Oh, yeah, and he won't even see any of his contradictions as contradictions. They'll just be like, "You're deflecting. You won't answer my questions." This guy is not somebody worth talking to. He can't hold a conversation. Everything's an argument. And he won't
disagree wholeheartedly.
Oh, yeah?
This is the kind of person I want to talk to. I want to have an argument with somebody like this.
I know you do, but
I bet I can get him to say that he would eat a retard.
You've already done that with Vegan Gains and that other dumb fuck. So yeah, I mean, I would like to watch that for entertainment value, but the majority of people that are seriously trying to have a conversation should talk to this man. He can't do that. He's not a honest or reliable narrator.
He should be somebody that everybody just laughs at. That's why.
Yeah. What does PTL stand for anyway? Part-time loser or?
It goes across the bottom of the screen from time to time. I
haven't been paying that close attention.
It's pushing the limits. That's what it is. He's pushing the limits, you guys. He's a limit pusher. He's so awesome. He's a rebel, don't you know?
Oh yeah.
I wish
I could tell by his Kangol hipster hat.
I wish I had the Pee Wee Herman quote ready to pull up from Big Top or Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Yeah, I'm a rebel, Dottie. Anyway, Question Monkey. When Lady Monkey was pregnant, was she forced to have babies, or was she as excited about it as you were? Oh no, Lady Monkey was. I mean, when we had the first one, she was young, so there was that kind of
fear,
not ambivalence, fear, yeah. But she was excited we were having a baby. She just was nervous about it because we were 17 and, you know, they've scared the shit out of women about pushing the limits of retardation. Oh my
God. How far can this ectochromophone go?
But no, Lady Monkey, she just didn't want to have more because you know what? I'm going to say some women out there are going to hate my wife for this. My wife's longest labor was 9 hours. Her shortest labor was 2. So it's not like she even went through horrific labor. I've never had labor. I'm not saying it can be good, but like my mom was in labor for 36 hours with my big ass.
Yeah.
So she pushed them out real quick. She just was like, you know, we can't afford them. And I'm like, but they're babies. And she was right. She was right to cut me off when she did. But oh yeah, no, she was excited for the kids. Yeah. Anyway.
Are you denying that?
Yeah, but that has no bearing on the argument.
It has every bearing on it.
How?
You tell people and you tell women how you think they should live their lives, have more kids, be a stay-at-home mom. I just told you that over 30.
He keeps saying that be a stay-at-home mom. That literally has zero to do with the argument. Is anybody dying from being a stay-at-home mom?
Well, it's antithetical to the feminist argument of you can have it all. How dare you be a stay-at-home mom? That is so patriarchal.
It doesn't even fit his nonsensical take on what the argument here is.
It doesn't. He's arguing like a woman. Any deflection or cheap insult or a strike at the person is fair game. And I bet he has that frozen face a lot.
I backed it up just a second because I cut him off there. I am curious where this is going.
And how you think they should live their lives, have more kids, be a stay-at-home mom. I just told you that over 30,000 people, it's irrelevant whether it's their choice or not. You advocate for that. Over 30,000 women have died from childbirth.
Yeah, what's the, I don't know.
So are you advocating against childbirth?
I think he is. I think he's advocating for an end to the species.
You were arguing for childbirth and 30,000 women die. And again, yearly it's less than 1,000. So let's put that back into perspective. You're arguing that women should have babies. 700 die. Okay, the other 3 million that had babies didn't. So the only logical, and I realize logic is not something Brian here understands, but the only logical conclusion is that he is against childbirth.
Yes, I'm going to use his logic and go ban cars now and elevators.
Yeah. Statistically, about 20,000. Again, I don't know the exact numbers. 40,000 women or 40,000 people die in car accidents. If we have that for the population, about 20,000 women die in cars every year.
Oh my God! Cars murder women.
Yes.
Handmaid's Tale.
I'm going to start calling cars Andrew Wilson's. Because they kill so many women.
Yeah. And they advocate for killing women by telling people to stay home.
Have babies. You want women to die. No.
Yeah, and see, ladies, if you're at home taking care of the kids, you can't get murdered in that murder mobile.
Exactly, 100%.
Understand what's the contradiction to my view here?
Because you're making the case that men go to war, and I'll use your number 12.
No. He's not saying men go to war. He's saying men have to sign up for the draft. Again, the question was, what rights do women have that men don't? That was the question. It was your fucking question, retard.
Goalpost shifting, dude. That lawn maintenance team at the stadium really getting their money's worth.
I
like how Andrew looks confused through the majority of this. He has that expression a lot where he's like, what are you talking about?
I want to give Andrew some credit here, because if this was me, at this point, I would be calling this guy all kinds of names. Earlier in the broadcast, they keep saying the B word instead of bitch.
Yeah.
Like you say the B word. And then Andrew accidentally says fuck. And Brian stops him, or Brian, right? Yeah, okay. Brian stops and go, hey, look, we don't, this is on the radio. We can't swear.
Yeah, he said asshole at one point too. I don't know if that's coming up or not. I kind of don't remember what order, because I saw some clips of this before I watched the whole thing. And he also does try and YouTube it up by saying essay instead of sexual assault, that sort of thing. So he's making an effort, way more than he does on the Whatever podcast. So I give him credit for trying to keep it clean, but
even keeping it clean, just he has been strangely calm, because I could, be angry and not swear. I've done it before. I worked at Walmart.
Yeah, it's a professionalism thing. If you're trying to be in a professional environment where you're working with the public and you could get fired if you say the wrong thing, you got to church it up a little bit.
How many times since we've been doing this have I pointed out that this idiot is having the wrong argument from his own fucking argument? I don't see how Andrew's being so calm and not going, hey, dummy. The question was, and maybe that's what Andrew's about to do here, because Brian just completely said the wrong. This is about men dying in war. That was you who brought up that number, dumbass.
I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier. Do you really want to be the guy beating up a cripple or a retard?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, you could do it, but it's not a good look. So I think, restraining himself quite a bit here.
I don't mind being that guy.
I generally don't either, but we're not as well known as Andrew with so many detractors. They're going to take it out of context, but Brian Wilson probably needs more of a debate style beatdown, not a physical one.
Wait. I don't know why Jack is attacking the Beach Boys right now, but I'm not on board.
The Beach Boys.
You just said Brian Wilson.
Oh, my bad.
Or maybe he's talking about the guy from NBC. Wasn't that Brian Wilson?
I'm getting the names mixed up here. Yeah, I don't know. I watched a documentary on Charlie Manson earlier. That's probably where that came from.
Could be, yeah.
But Andrew's being a lot nicer to this guy than I think either of us would be. But I'm also never going to talk to this tard.
Oh, so, I would love to talk to Shapiro.
I know you would. I'd be glad to moderate that.
Chomping at the bit for that shit. But anyway,
but for the record, chase off of us.
I'm just fucking with Jack because it was literally just 2 minutes ago that I said Josh Shapiro.
My hypocrisy knows no bounds, sir.
That's right.
Oh, no, that's not what the case is. That's not what the case is. The case is that there's a fundamental unfairness in the system that men can be compelled to do things with their body they don't want to do. And hang on, stop, Brian. And women cannot be. Now, your argument to me, which is bizarre, is, yeah, men don't go and fight and die in wars, but women die in childbirth. Okay.
Professional Glass Lab, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well tonight. Thank you for it. We're tired wrangling, so settle in and enjoy. I'm going to back that up so we can hear Andrew say this again.
Men can be compelled to do things with their body they don't want to do. And hang on, stop, Brian. And women cannot be. Now, your argument to me, which is bizarre.
Before we let him get back to what the argument is, what was I going to say? Oh, I think Brian could help himself a lot if he would stop just saying everything that he thinks in the moment, because that's where he gets his arguments. So
is that him or me?
just laying back out with it. Anyway, Andrew's laying out what the argument was, and immediately dipshit starts to interrupt again. He interrupts constantly when stuff is being said because he gets a thought and he can't just pay attention to what's going on. Now, I'm doing that, but we're watching a video and reacting to it, and I can pause it and rewind it and jump back and forth. This is in the moment. You should be paying attention to what's being said to you, dipshit. But again, dummy here, he just has the thought that he wants to get expressed, and it does not matter what is said to him. I feel sorry for Brian. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's a little bit of an ADHD kind of response to things.
Yeah. Over in on Rumble, Dangerous says, I feel sorry for Brian Shapiro. Imagine being a fucking moron and a ginger. In fairness, we don't know that he's a ginger just because he has a red beard. I haven't seen the hair on top of his head, which I'm imagining is gone by now. That's why he always wears a cap. You will notice the guys who stream and they're always wearing a hat. If you ever see them without the hat, there's hair missing. And
that's because the headset rubs against your scalp and it becomes like chafed and it hurts.
Thank you, Decadia. Ginger Shapiro was, and always has been adult. Him constantly bragging about being on radio isn't the flex he thinks it is. Is he actually on the radio?
That's just sad.
Who is broadcasting this fool? He has
shortwave.
He has a Tim Pool haircut. Yes, I guarantee he is bald underneath this cap, or balding.
Yeah. Look, don't be insecure about it, man. I get it. As a bald man myself, I don't give a fuck. Just grow up.
My point there is that I had a red beard. I mean, there was blonde in it, but it was very red. But I am a blonde. On top, I'm blonde. There is no red in the hair. On my gay hair is not red.
All right, guys, you heard it here. The carpet doesn't match the drapes with monkey. Good job. Thanks for sharing.
What would it be when your beard matches the carpet? Because that's more information than we need on this show. So I'm going to go back to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, men don't go and fight.
You brought it up. You started it, fucker.
That doesn't mean anything.
And I just walked right into it. Like, yeah, let's talk about my pubic hair online. God bless. I'm not sure I want to do the show anymore now. All right. Back to Tard wrangling.
Die in wars, but women die in childbirth. Okay, but that's not in dispute. Of course, there's going to be women who die in childbirth. There's going to be men who die in war. I assume most of the men, in fact, who've died in war since 1979 have volunteered to join the military and have died. That makes sense to me. Just like I assume that almost all of those women who died during childbirth, perhaps not all of them, but almost all of them had the choice as to whether or not they were going to have the child or not. So if that's the case, all I see is one group being compelled by the state to do something with their body they don't want to do, and the other group not. And you're not responding to that argument. That's the
and for the record, it doesn't matter that men haven't been drafted since Vietnam, because the compulsion comes before actual service.
Yeah,
and
the obligation is you have to sign up or go to jail.
Right, and the only thing that Andrew was pointing out is rights that women have that men don't, and they get to not sign up for the draft. That is, anyway.
Argument.
I never made the claim that women are forced to have kids. The only claim that I made is that it's also.
Isn't that the de facto claim he's making, though?
Thank you, Frosted Glass, the ranting merkin. Yes. Well, I stopped it there because this should be the point where his brain goes, oh, wait, that's a bad analogy I'm using. I never made the claim that they're compelled to. Well, the whole point is about being compelled to do something.
Compulsion is the entire thrust of the argument. So why are you throwing out an analogy that doesn't match or contradict what Andrew's saying, or strengthen your own position? You're basically admitting that for the past like 30, 40 minutes or whatever, you've been making a disingenuous claim that has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. So it's been a waste of time.
Faithless says you made a false equivalency. Yes, exactly. He thought he had a good argument, which it's funny to me that he had this on tap, because I can't imagine that they like wrote each other and be like, yeah, we're going to talk about being compelled to sign up for the draft. He had this ready to go. So he's been itching to have this argument with somebody, is my guess. And he's had time to sit and think about it. And that's what he came up with. And then once again, contradicting his own self. Like, I never said that their women are compelled. Okay, but it's about being compelled, you fucking moron. This is, I want to talk to him. And on my show, when you're not on the radio, homie, so I can use swear words. And I know you can't see me, so I'll tell you right now, I have a big head, a giant ego, a long torso, and short little legs, if you want to make fun of any of that stuff. And wildly gay hair. Because I promise you I will be making insults about you and that dumb hat you're wearing.
He can't talk about your hair negatively because then he's a homophobe.
True.
So exactly.
What's your response to my argument then? That there's a fundamental unfairness towards men, that the state can compel them to do something with their body, but not women.
Well, let me explain this, and I'll probably explain this to your wife in a couple days. And I'm going to make the argument why I believe women should be allowed to.
No, nobody cares what you're going to argue with his wife about in a couple of days, you moron. See what I mean? He even interrupts himself to say shit.
Yeah. Well, ask the direct question. It's time to deflect. It's like being on the witness stand and somebody asks you a yes or no question. You said, well, no, you're not supposed to respond with that. Just answer the damn question. He can't admit that his entire statements up to this point has been a disingenuous nonsense waste of time.
To your wife in a couple days, and I'm going to make the argument why I believe women should be allowed to serve in the military.
Well, that has nothing to do with this, though.
Thank you, Andrew. That's literally, he just asked you a question, and instead of answering the question, you told us what you're going to talk about to somebody else.
Yeah, and he's not talking about conscription. He's talking about serving in the military, not forced conscription.
Yeah, which are two different things.
Yeah, even though I was just redundant there, that's irrelevant. Ignore that.
I'm fairly certain nobody is against men willingly joining the military.
No, why would they be? But the argument is rights that women have that men don't, and men are forced to do selective service. That's the entire conversation. What does women serving in the military, how is that related? Are you saying you want them to be signing up for selective service? Because that's not what Brian's arguing.
What is your answer to my argument that men have to do things that women don't have to do, that the state can compel men, but they don't compel women? Well, my answer to that is I'm going to talk to your wife about shit that's not related.
Yeah, or is vaguely themed similarly. It's sort of like...
They're not even...
No, it's what's your favorite type of chocolate? And then I come back with, look, in a couple days I'm going to talk to your wife about the delicious mix of peanut butter and chocolate. They both involve chocolate, but it's got nothing to do with each other.
I want a response to my argument. What is your response to my argument?
The argument that you're making is that men are forced to go to war. And
yes. Well, actually, no, it's not even the men are forced to go to war, because nobody's been forced to go to war since Nam. There was some people called back or called up from some people who got out of the military. There can be a waiting period where if we get into a war, you can be called back. And some of that did happen with Afghanistan and stuff. And a lot of people who signed up for the National Guard, never actually wanting to go to war, and like, no, we never call up the National Guard, but they got called up. But nobody's been drafted since Vietnam.
Yeah.
Are not forced
Yes.
to have kids. Is that your argument?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so by that
Yes.
logic, then why are
Well,
you
hang on. It's not just that. Hang on. It's worse than that. Men are actually
No. You should have let him go there, because he was going into one of his another one of his by that logic things, and so far he's never completed the thought.
I don't know if he's capable of completing the thought.
No, this is one of those things where he's heard somebody say by that logic, and that person was smart, and so he goes, if I say by that logic, I can sound smart.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Like, take a community college class on speech or debate and get better at the craft, dude. You're really bad at this, Brian.
I'm so embarrassed that Shapiro is a Jew. He is a 2-digit IQ loser. Is he actually Jewish? I don't know that he is. Do they make redheaded Jews?
I wouldn't be surprised if he stole the name Shapiro to try and milk some fame away from Ben Shapiro or even Josh Shapiro.
Do they make gin Jews?
I don't know. I'm sure all cultures have witches, but I don't know if there's a red. He looks very Irish or Scottish to me. A little too sober, but we could usually spot our own. And gingers, they're usually from the Northern Europe. They're not from the. He doesn't have any like. I don't think I've ever seen a redheaded Jew. I can't think of one.
I know he has. I know he has the Jewish name, but I don't know if he's actually. Yes, there are ginger Jews. Are you sure?
Yeah, like Whoopi Goldberg is apparently a black Jew. So
I work with a ginger Muslim. I would not trust that person.
Yeah, there's a lot of evil sorcery there, dude. Be careful.
That's going to end in an explosion one way or the other. Anyway.
Do gingers blow up if you tap them? No, those are sheep in Warcraft. Never mind.
Gingers have no souls, so if they take out infidels, who gets their virgins?
Oh, that's a good question.
All right.
Actually compelled to sign up for the potential to go to war the day that they turn 18 or they lose rights. So it's not just a matter of they're compelled by the state to do it. It's they're compelled by the state to do it, or else bad things happen to you. There's no such obligation for women.
Unless you're
what can you name one single?
Unless you're Donald Trump.
Can you name?
Oh my God.
Donald Trump still had to sign up for selective service.
Yep. There's a whole bunch of people who during the Nam era did not go to war and should have, because they got deferments and all kinds of nonsense. But he just has to get these little digs in. They haven't. You're not talking about Trump at all.
No, how did Trump shouldn't be even a part of this argument. He's got nothing to do with it at all.
And Donald Trump absolutely had to sign up for selective service. It is compelled of all men over 18.
Yep.
There's no deferment for signing up. The deferment comes if you get called. Oh, fucking dumbass.
One single similar obligation that women have to the draft. One.
As I've said a million times, and I say again, I believe women should be able to serve. And
answer my question.
He answered with a vague non-answer that sounds related if you're stupid, because he said he thinks women should be able to serve. He didn't say
able to.
Be compelled to serve.
And Andrew's question is, what in society do they have to do the way that men have to sign up? And I've said a million times that women should be allowed to serve. So women get a choice. So that doesn't count. That's not an answer to the question, you moron. Are you guys who aren't familiar with him getting why he irritates me so much?
And can you name one similar obligation that women have to the draft? One.
You're not listening.
Ryan, can you name a similar obligation?
I just said that women don't. I don't even know why you're asking me this.
He's asking. I 100% believe he does not know why Andrew's asking him this.
Yeah, because he's too stupid to recognize the fact that he is not articulating that women should also be compelled to sign up for selective service. If that's what he's saying, he is not articulating that at all.
But he's not.
Of course he's not. He's a disingenuous piece of shit, but he doesn't recognize his own hypocrisy on this.
No, because there's no, he is using the fact he thinks women should be allowed to serve to be the same as men being compelled to sign up for the draft. In his mind, those two things are exactly the same. Circus Zero, thank you. No one ever brings up if Trump is a draft dodger, so is Biden. True.
Yeah.
So are a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people went to college so that they wouldn't get drafted.
Yep.
And a lot of people got deferments because they were rich. I bet you there's a lot of politicians of that from that era that were like college age in that era that specifically got deferments so they didn't have to go to NAM.
My uncle became a priest, so he didn't have to. Well, a pastor, so he didn't have to go to NAM. That's a true story. Yeah. My other uncle and my dad both went to NAM, but and I love that uncle. He's a great guy. But yeah, he was like, I ain't going to war. Anyhow.
I never made the argument that women are forced.
So you can't name a single woman.
He's asking you what, because the argument, once again, I'm sorry to repeat myself, guys. The argument is, what rights do men have, or do women have that men don't? And Andrew's example was, he said abortion, which they talked about, and the draft. And you should have had an argument, especially for this argument to have gone on this long. You should have had an argument about something women were compelled to do. And since you don't, you should just say, you're right, and move the fuck on. What you're basically saying here is, I never argued against you, yet here we are. What a fucking tard, man.
So men are not privileged in society in comparison to women, right?
Hold on a second. There are plenty of women. You can go along with your weird Tucker Carlson laugh, but yeah. I'm going to answer.
It's a great laugh.
So, there are a lot of women out there that did not mean to have children as well. So, for example,
there are a lot of women who didn't mean. Okay, so now people accidentally join the army?
Yeah, look, sometimes just wander into the wrong building, sign a bunch of papers, and bam, you're in the military. That's how that happens, right? Or they abscond with you off the street like a bunch of recruiters just run out with big nets, and they're like, haha, sign this, bitch.
What the hell does
that's not how that works, but
what the hell does unwanted pregnancy have to do with this conversation at all? And I'm giving
Trump has to do with that. Absolutely nothing.
He said he's going to give us an example, so I am very curious about that. But a woman who has sex might not have wanted to get pregnant, but the act of having sex is how you get pregnant. So it wasn't an accident. It was unwanted, sure, but you made a conscious decision to do this thing that can have that consequence. That's not accidental pregnancy.
Yes, it is, because sometimes as you're pulling out, you accidentally go, "Oops, the eye came inside." That's
yeah, but you don't even have to blow a load to make a baby. You guys know that, right?
Don't shut up. There's women in
there's a little bit of leakage that comes out all through the sexual engagement, and that has sperm in it.
What? No, monkey's dropping hate facts here, ladies. Just pull and pray, right? It's
accidental. Make it sound like you sat on a toilet seat.
They did, and there happened to be a penis there. There was somebody else using that toilet at the time.
He's going to give us an example of accidental pregnancy. So here we go.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to explain to you.
Then do it.
I think your wife knows a little.
You don't have to fucking stop and explain that you're explaining. I hate this prick. Just say what you want to say, dipshit.
A little bit about this. So if you're with a man, right?
Yeah.
And we all make mistakes, right? There's no protection that is used in certain circumstance. The man.
Then that's not accidental, dumbass. It's
Yeah,
like
just
you're having
you get all horny and we're raw dogging it.
You don't get to claim it's an accident when you're raw dogging. I just love that you said that because I was about to say raw dog and then you said it. There's kids out there going, wait, raw dogging can lead to this because raw dogging now means going on a plane without a mechanical device.
Well,
I don't know.
The Mile High Club.
But his argument for people accidentally get pregnant is they decided to have sex even without birth control. Yep, accident. That's like saying he got into a car accident. He drove straight into a building.
Man doesn't always have to be there for the woman, doesn't have to be a father, doesn't have to help raise that child. In many of circumstances, when it comes to birth.
How the fuck did we get on that? Hang on. I feel like I missed
I don't
something.
know. No, you did. That's the problem. He's just now it's just men bad.
So sometimes people have sex without condoms and men suck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, ladies,
right?
don't have sex with irresponsible men. How about that? How about choose your partners better?
What the fuck is going on?
That is used in certain circumstance. The man doesn't always have to be there for the woman, doesn't have to be a father, doesn't have to help raise that child.
But legally, whether it's enforced or not, legally, they do have to pay for that child if she has it. It's compelled.
And he has no say.
Yep.
In many of circumstances, when it comes to birth, the woman is the one that has to bear that responsibility, which is
when it comes to birth, women are sometimes the ones that have to bear that responsibility. I know what he's trying to say here because he's trying to say women have to take care of the baby after it's born. But what he actually said is sometimes women have to have the babies. No, dipshit, they always have to have the babies. That's how it works. You literally tried making that point. No, he literally tried making this point against Andrew earlier, going, you can't get pregnant, right? But it's it's a point. He's heard people use arguments before, right? And instead of knowing how those words actually work, he just throws them together in sentences where they don't go. Like when it comes to childbirth, women usually have to have that responsibility. He's heard that argument before about what he's talking about, but he doesn't know how to make it a coherent thought.
I don't think he knows how to make any coherent thought.
You're not wrong on that. Anyway.
Way. A huge responsibility.
But it was her choice to have sex, Brian.
Okay, you're right, but it was also the choice of the man to have sex. But
I agree.
That responsibility.
And he does. He's held. Yes, he does. Stop. The state will come in and compel men to pay child support to kids they don't even want. Yes.
They don't have to be a father, and they don't have to be there for the child.
Neither does the mother. Neither does the mother.
Yeah, you can abandon kids at fire stations and shit, you know, in a lot of places. Give up kids for adoption.
Adoption, yep. Let your mom raise them. There's all kinds of shit that happens.
Yeah.
This idea that women are just tied to that child forever. A responsible woman is, sure. But we're not pretending that women these days are encouraged to be responsible, are we?
Accountability? What? Kryptonite, dude.
They can sell them. Yeah, they absolutely can. They have to use certain legal methods to do it, but yeah, you can sell your children. So women have to. No, they don't. No, they don't. You're a liar, Brian.
The women can give the child up for adoption immediately,
or
they can abort.
They don't have to be pregnant for 9 months. They don't have to have childbirth. That's why I brought up childbirth.
They don't have to have sex. It's all a choice.
You're right.
Since it's all.
So, all right. We're just going to abandon the premise this has anything to do with women having rights that men don't, because Brian is on some other shit right now.
Well, Brian abandoned that at the beginning of the show. What are you talking about?
He's now comparing men being compelled to pay child support, which, by the way, women have to pay child support if the man gets custody of the child. It's just very rare that happens. But, and just in fairness, but when it comes to a man just abandoning the child, no, that cannot happen, not legally, because the woman can go to court and go, give me his money, and he has to give his money up, which he has to use his body to make.
Yeah, or he will go to jail.
And he's now comparing that to biology. It's not like men make the choice not to have the baby. I would make that choice, by the way. I wouldn't have a kid. I've seen it. It looks horrible. But I'm assuming if men could have babies, there would be some kind of biological thing that makes it possible for us, right?
Like
We're
a
not,
uterus and a vagina. Yeah.
Yeah. This isn't a matter of men and women sit down and go, okay, one of us needs to push out a kid. And we're like, well, you're going to do it, bitch, because I'm not. It's literally biology. It's just how it fucking works, dude.
What? You're a monster, monkey. Biology is the science of hate.
Nobody's being mean to women in that regard. It's just how the species works.
You're crazy.
A choice.
You're right.
You still haven't given me an argument for what it is that women are compelled to do, like what men are.
Then why is it when your wife talks
my
about
wife again?
Well, yeah, because she's a woman, and it's an example that I'm going to use. She has said on the record, correct me if I'm wrong, that she made some mistakes when she had 3 baby daddies. So why?
Am I my wife?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It's a cheap shot at Andrew's masculinity because they do this to him a lot because his wife had kids with other men. They see that as some kind of like almost moral failing that he's a stepdad. And it's actually more incel sounding than anything Andrew says.
I get that. And he took a cheap shot earlier too. But he's trying to use this as some point about women having babies. And I don't understand.
It's just a shot at Andrew. That's all.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here because I know he's a moron. So I think he thinks he has a point. I'm just having trouble narrowing it. But it's like all of his arguments so far. It doesn't make sense with what he's saying. Even if he was taking a cheap shot at Rachel here, he's doing it in the context of sometimes mistakes happen, but your wife had mistakes. That just makes the point, dummy.
Yeah, it's just a method to insult people. He's doing what a lot of these disingenuous arguers do. He's just trying to get under somebody's skin to make them mad so that he can claim victory.
I hear you, but I don't think that's what's going on in this case. I think he thinks he has a genuine point. Because when he says it, when he's trying to be insulting, like he did earlier in the show, he makes sure to say 3 baby daddies and call her a slut and shit. But in this one, he like she said it was a mistake. I think he thinks he has a genuine argument here.
That's possible.
All right, let's see.
Hang on, I just want to make sure. Am I my wife's baby daddy?
I don't know. How many of your kids are they? I know you've said that
I have 2 children with her. What do you mean?
So you have 2 children with her. Okay.
Yeah.
So
am I my wife's baby daddy?
Did you marry somebody after that first child?
That's none of your business. But am I my wife's baby daddy?
Oh, you did. So you didn't have responsibility. Andrew, did you have a
answer?
For the record, you can marry somebody and not live up to your responsibility still.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think we've all seen relationships like that. I mean, like we're both middle-aged or late middle-aged. We both know people like that. I guarantee it. It's just something that you see over the years is you see irresponsible people.
I just love that his argument that to be responsible, you have to marry who you knocked up, which is so 50s of him.
Oh, yeah. There's he's almost a trad con with some of his arguments.
It explains also, the hat.
It kind of does. It kind of does. But at the same time, like, why is he dragging Andrew's personal life
Also, what?
in here?
Oh shit! Sorry, my internet cut out for a second there. All right. So
no, I'm confused what Andrew's personal life has to do with the conversation.
Well, he really wants to be having an argument about something else, and instead of just admitting that he got this first part wrong and moving on to what he really wants to talk about, whether it's insulting Andrew or insulting his wife or insulting his views on traditional marriage and traditional values, he's trying to wrap them all into one thing and try to make it seem intelligent.
Yeah, well, he's failing miserably at anything sounding remotely intelligent.
Well,
And he's not very good at insulting people either.
A Down syndrome convention is less retarded than Brian. True. This is what he does, though. Again, guys, this is only a snippet of how this guy is. He is like this in every fucking argument I've ever seen him in.
Yeah.
The actual facts, it's not that they don't matter. It's that nothing matters. As long as he can say something else, it doesn't matter if it's related or not. And when you do, if you can trap him a little bit, like Andrew did earlier, he'll come back. I don't know why you asked me that. Well, because that's supposed to be the point of the conversation, stupid. Hey, Devil Pup, how you doing, sweetie?
Hey, Devil Pup.
All right, back to tards. Sorry, I insult Andrew's intelligence from time to time, and in this case, I'm not going to do that because so far he's been spot on. But he is arguing with the tard, and I apologize for the tards. Just back to the tard. Before we get back to the tard, Rodline, thank you. Did they plan ahead? Or sorry, did they plan the red hell, white heaven backdrop? No, those are just the backdrop. Brian here, this is a newer one that I've seen him use before, but this is Andrew's typical thing. Andrew likes that dark Brandon look.
Yeah, he's going for like the noir, like smoking a cigarette in a poorly lit room, give it kind of like an ambiance of like late night talk show kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Brian is using whatever was in Mom's basement at the time.
Can you answer my question?
Can you answer my question? Did you have a kid with her and then marry another woman and then go back to Rachel?
No.
Oh, you didn't do that. Okay.
No.
It's interesting because when we saw the birth certificate of your first kid, which was with Rachel.
You've seen the birth certificate of his children?
That's fucking creepy. That is so creepy.
For the record, the premise of this debate is all around the idea that Brian is a creep. That's what Andrew called him on Twitter. And he was like, no, I'm not. Let's debate about it. And you've seen the birth certificate of his children.
Yeah, and you throw that in his face like some sort of gotcha. That's fucking creepy. That's stalker behavior. Man, is this guy dangerous? Because that, to me, would imply like a veiled threat. Like, I know what your kid's birth certificate is. It's sort of this like weird kind of gotcha that only like a stalker would throw at you.
How is that not creepy? I don't know. A lot of Andrew dramas on the internet. Let's not be unfair. Okay. I now know that I could look up Andrew's children's birth certificates, and I'm not going to because that's fucking creepy. Yeah, knowing it's there and going to find it is entirely different. I couldn't tell you what his children's birth certificates say because I have no idea and no interest in knowing.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with anything. If you want to debate with Andrew Wilson, you don't need to know anything about his children or really his wife. Now, his wife is sort of a pseudo public figure, so I guess you could make that argument. But leave the kids out of this. This is creepy. It's seriously stalker behavior.
Look, I get the arguments that they argue for traditional marriage and maybe that things haven't been traditional for them in the past. But even let's say that all of the shit about their children and Andrew, how things went back in the day are true. That's not how they are now. He's living with his children now. He's taking care of his and other people's children now.
Yeah.
You know?
People can change. Redline makes a good point. This is Candace Owens level of creepy.
People have been making videos about it. It's really not that private. Yes, it is. It is. This asshole went out there and looked up the birth certificate or heard people talking about it, so he tuned into it. That's creepy. That's creepy.
Yeah. Other people being creepy does not negate the fact that it's creepy.
Yeah. And this isn't a case where he had to look it up. There's the arguments that he's making have nothing to do with Andrew's children. None. Like you did. Look, I do not advocate having children when you're 17. I did, but that doesn't mean that I can only advocate having children when you're 17.
Yeah.
You can grow and even if I was like at 25 saying, yeah, go have children at 17. It's not what I'm saying now. You should be talking about what's happening now. And if you want to point to, well, there's hypocrisy there. Okay, maybe there is. But the idea that you would go to the point of looking up the birth certificates of the children over this is insane.
It also, not only is it poor decorum, it goes against standard debate practice, which is you don't make it personal. And he's been making this personal with both the wife and Andrew the entire time.
Yeah, he really, really, really wants to argue with Rachel. And I want to see that debate, and I hope she kicked his ass. And I don't even like Rachel Wilson. I find her to be insufferable.
Yeah, look, yeah, that's fair. But like he is being more moral nagging than the Christian nationalist. Because isn't Andrew a Christian nationalist?
I don't know if he is or not.
For some reason, I'm thinking he is. But anyway, he's being like that Tipper Gore level of like, well, I need to protect you from yourself, so I'm going to judge you. Like he's like an HOA Karen.
This is some weird middle school shit or middle school girl shit. Yes, Devil. Yes, you have no idea how girly this motherfucker is.
Oh, this is very smooth brain teenage girl nonsense.
Exactly, Black Romeo. Hypocrisy or growth? That is really the question. He's making it seem as if you had one idea when you were 20, you're never allowed to change it. Look, there are times it's perfectly fine to point it out, right? Like if I say, hey, don't have sex, kids. If you're in high school, especially with your teacher, don't have sex. That would be hypocritical because I had sex in high school. But I was a kid then and did not realize the consequences of my actions. And I paid for those over the years. And I don't want kids making the same choices I did and setting themselves up for a much harder life than they need. I don't think you should wait till you're 30 to have your kid, but you know.
But this is one of the problems that we have with the left right now is that there's no path to redemption. If they decided you did something evil, you are always branded as that evil person.
Yeah.
Even if it's really evil or not, they've decided that any mistake you've ever made must always be held against you, no matter what you've done to rectify the situation or any changes you've made in your life.
The argument against Andrew here is that he argues for more traditional values. But even, who is that chick that he was arguing with? I forget. She kept telling him what he believes. And she was actually arguing about things that like the Tate kind of side of things argue for. Oh, and Andrew's like, I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. And she's like, well, people like you believe that. Well, then argue with people like me. Have the argument with me about things I said.
What?
Anyway.
No, you're part of a collective, monkey. You have to assume all the responsibility of other people remotely like you.
Andrew and Rachel have been married for a while now, as far as I know. And he's taking care of his kids, as far as I know. Nobody's pointing to shit he's doing now, being like, you're not taking care of your kids. They're like, when your children were first born. And if I remember correctly, his kids are what? Some of them are in their teens, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I think two of them are older, but because he's been on this circuit for a long time now.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's new to this rodeo. So those kids have aged up, and he's been a responsible adult for these kids.
For the record, this is another reason I hate people like Shapiro here, because there are some genuine arguments you can have with Andrew. There are some complaints you can make about some hypocrisies he has, and instead you guys are like, but your wife had 3 baby daddies. That's not an argument.
No, it's not. Like, it might be irresponsible of her to have made those life choices, but
she's not still
have
doing
anything
it
to do with anything.
If she had 3 baby daddies in the last 5 years, okay, that's fine. We can talk about that. Anyhow, okay.
You know what this kind of reminds me of is never mind. Just go on. I'm already angry about this whole thing.
Well, and then you someone else, and then you divorced another woman and went back to Rachel. It's interesting.
Wait. Hang on. It's been a while since we saw what he actually said, so let's let this play out. Wow.
You didn't do that. Okay.
No.
It's interesting because when we saw the birth certificate of your first kid, which was with Rachel, and then you with someone else, and then you divorced another woman and went back to Rachel. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. Lies.
Oh, it is.
Just making it up. Yeah.
It is. Okay, it's BS.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway.
It's interesting to me that you have the birth certificate but not the marriage certificates, because that would be how you make that argument. So you got the information on the kid but not the adults.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to find out when people were married than it is to find a child's birth certificate, you weirdo.
All right.
I mean, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking. The timeline wouldn't even add up, by the way.
You gotta stop swearing. You got to stop swearing.
Oh, sorry. The timeline there wouldn't even add up. But even if I assume it, I mean, let's just grant it. Let's just grant that.
Okay.
I'm the most horrible person on planet Earth. Can you explain how it is that I'm wrong here? That it is in fact the case.
Here's why.
Hang on, stop, Ryan. That it is in fact the case that there is a privilege women have in society, men don't. The state can compel men to get drafted. Nobody's compelling women to get pregnant. Can you tell me how that's not a privilege that women have that men don't?
So when men are deployed, and obviously they're risking their life, and I have great respect for any.
Why does he keep jumping to deployment? He keeps jumping. Go ahead.
Good. He moved that end zone from one stadium to the other coast stadiums. Like that end zone, that goalpost shift is astronomical at this point.
We're not even at the point of deployment yet, you moron.
No, I don't
every
think
time.
I honestly don't think he understands what selective service is. I don't think he understands that it's the signing up element, not just the getting deployed element.
Buddy that serves this country. I believe that's wrong. I actually think that women should serve as well. And I think that there are a lot of women out there that want to serve. People like you are the ones that don't want them to serve. I never said that.
When they were talking about instituting the draft for women, the people on Andrew's side were like, yeah, do it. And it was the feminists who popped up and went, actually, we don't really like that idea.
We don't want equality.
But again, this isn't about service. It's about compelled to sign up for the draft to be forced into service.
Yeah, he's either very, very disingenuous or he doesn't understand, or both. And I'm going with both.
I genuinely don't think he understands. I think he is that stupid, which is one of the reasons that I'm so fascinated with this moron. How do you get an audience? I understand hate watching. Don't get me wrong, because I hate watch a lot of people. But hate watching shouldn't get you an audience to where you're popping up all over the place. How do you get an audience being this fucking stupid?
Because we have a very borderline illiterate, uneducated society now. with a lot of people that have been coddled for too long and they don't know how anything works. So they just sort of believe what they're told. And unfortunately, I see that with a lot of leftists. They don't have a very firm educational, critical thinking stance to work from. So they just sort of like, well, he said it confidently. That must be true.
I mean, I think you're right. Studies have shown that if you just say something confidently, people will believe you. Doesn't matter how wrong you are. You just say it with enough sounding like you believe in yourself, and they're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I hate children.
Yeah, and then if pressed and they get aggressive, people tend to back down these days because like, oh, he's getting mad. I don't want to make him mad. We're taught to make people happy, not to get confrontational. Believe all authority figures. Here we are. This is what we get. We get dumb communists.
For the record, guys, I don't know if Shapiro's gay or not. He's at least gay in the 90s version of the word.
in the metaphysical sense of being gay, not this the literal butt pounding way. Yeah. Well, also, I wanted to point this out earlier, and I kind of forgot, so I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
He is stepdad shaming.
Yes, he is.
And you see that with a lot of leftists. I don't know what it is, but they do not like men taking care of. It's almost an incel level thing. They don't want men to step up and take care of other people's kids.
No, this is exactly the same as when they run into a black conservative and suddenly the N-word becomes their favorite word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a way to dig at that. This is where they're just digging at somebody because you believe in traditional marriage, but you're a stepdad.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also, they tend to overlook the fact that, like, maybe that woman's husband died.
True, yeah.
So maybe that's a viable option for her. And I don't have a problem with people being stepdads or whatever. I've met some really good people over the years that are stepdads, and they're really good with the kids and whatnot. But that's a cheap shot, and it's a dumb one.
I do have a problem with ladies these days being so willing to have kids with the first dude they hook up with and then expecting some other dude to be the dad to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, how dare you have a problem with me already having a kid? There's a lot of men who don't have a problem with that, and good for them. And if that's how they want to be, like Andrew, who wants to raise someone else's kid, good for him. I have no problem with that. But if given the choice, I'd rather have my own kids than raise somebody else's.
Yeah, and I think most men are like that. I think that's like an evolutionary thing. Compulsion.
I think most people are like that.
Yeah, a lot of women I know don't want to be stepmoms.
Sure.
So I mean, there's 1,000 fables and fairy tales about evil stepmoms.
Aren't stepdads biblically prescribed? Yes, they are.
If your brother dies, you're supposed to take care of his kids and marry his wife.
You actually look up the man with the loosened shoe. It's from the Old Testament. If you refuse to marry your brother's widow, she can take you to the town square, spit at you, and untie your shoe, and you're known as the man with the loosened shoe for the rest of your life. I don't know what the deal is with the Mideast and shoes, but
the weird thing about shoes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, all that sand.
But yeah, it is biblically prescribed. But it was also something that was a rarity. It's not until like the 90s when suddenly it's like women just hook up with the first guy you see, have a baby with him, and then if you decide it's not going to work out, you can go find another guy. Yeah,
but back then it was more of a protecting the tribe thing where they wanted people to they understood that you needed a man and a woman to raise a kid, and we don't really have that in society anymore. We don't have that desire to keep family units together.
Sure. Faithless, that's the other part that I didn't touch on yet. It says my brother's wife is a stepmother saint, putting up with all the shit in his life, from his kids to his ex. That's the other part where I would not want to be a stepdad, having to deal with the ex. I've watched enough murder porn to know that's not going to end well.
Yeah, like I think the only way I would become a stepdad is if the birth dad is dead. Because otherwise you have to deal with all the psychotic nature of that relationship. It's obviously ended poorly.
And for the record, hats off to all the stepdads and stepmoms out there. You guys are doing killer work. Well, not all of you. Some of you are bad people, but most of you are good people who are evil. Stepmother's a thing for a reason. Let's just be honest. But there's a lot of good step parents out there, and I'm not dogging on them. I just don't think I could do it myself. And I do think it's unfair that in today's society, it's almost expected that to find your lifelong partner, they're coming with a kid.
Yeah. And all the baggage that little porter brings.
All right.
Women are forced to have children.
I know. That's not contending with my argument.
You're not listening to me. Never have
fucking woman. He is a fucking woman. Andrew has not only been listening to you, he repeated your argument to you. You cannot repeat his argument to him because you keep interrupting. You're not even listening to what he's saying. And then you have the balls to sit there and go, you're not listening to me.
Yeah. Brian expects you to hang on his every word, but he doesn't listen to you. He's just waiting for his turn to talk.
Well, the only way that he would agree that Andrew is listening to him is if he agrees with him. And then suddenly you're listening because he thinks like a goddamn woman. You're not listening. I am listening. That's stupid. There's a difference.
To you.
Never did I say once, unless they're the victim of sexual assault. It's important to note that.
So women have a privilege in society men don't have, right?
I think men have more privileges in society.
Yeah, but hang on. I just want to make sure this is a privilege women have in society that men do not have, which is that men are compelled by the state to sign up for selective service or they lose rights.
That's why I don't think.
Hang on, stop, Brian. But when it comes to the other direction,
even if you think men do have more rights than women, you should be able to say, yes, this is a privilege women don't have, or that women have that men don't. Because it clearly is. This goes to all people because I've seen people on our side do this kind of thing too. Don't just hate the argument that the other person is saying because of who the person is. Listen to the argument. Because oftentimes it is better to just say, no, you're right on that, and then move on than to keep making an ass of yourself.
Action. They don't have to, they're not compelled to do anything, including selective service. So how's that not a privilege again?
Here's why I do not think it is a privilege. And I will give you the reasons why, and I've tried to.
I'm gonna, Jack, I'm gonna bet you a penny that he doesn't actually give us reasons.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. No, I'm not taking that bet because I've seen this.
Oh.
Explain that here.
Okay.
Man cannot get pregnant, for starters, and I'm going to give you a.
You can't see it, but I have my head in my hands right now.
Oh, I could hear it because you got your microphone on your desk, and I could hear that like soft thud of your elbows hitting it right as you catch your forehead and begin to openly weep at how stupid this lazy argument is.
What does men not being able to get pregnant have to do with them signing up for the draft?
I don't know, but it sounds bigoted. Don't tell me what I could do, Brian.
Oh my God.
List. For 8 or 9 months, a woman has to bear that child, do with childbirth. It's a very, I would imagine, emotional experience, painful experience if they want to adopt that child. I gave you the numbers of how many women that have lost their lives. So while you could make the argument that you're attempting to make that it's a privilege that women don't have to go to war, I could also give you the number.
He didn't say women don't.
Which we did, and the number, I guess, was 12.
The argument's not that women don't. Wait, hang on. The argument, I'm going to be very concise with it. The government compels men at the age of 18 to get drafted or they lose rights. They lose rights. They can't buy a firearm. They can't vote. There's all sorts of other punitive penalties which come along with it, including possible felonies under the law. Women are not compelled by the state to do anything or they lose rights. Can you tell me how that's not a privilege?
So there are examples of men that are privileged that have money and means that can dodge the draft.
Yeah,
but
no.
Can your brain actually melt?
I think so, because I mean, I believe in spontaneous human combustion, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask about this. But yeah, I want to apologize to you for mentioning that this exists, because this is all my fault.
It's actually Understatement's fault, but you are complicit. Because this should have been the Rachel Wilson versus Brian Shapiro thing. But since I didn't have that, I fell back on what you had told me. So both of you bastards made this happen. Okay, in order to dodge the draft, you actually have to sign up for the draft.
I get the impression that Brian had a retard exemption, so he didn't actually sign up, so he doesn't know the process.
For the record, the people who actually dodged the draft, they didn't get out of the draft through legal means, which is what Trump did. Whether or not you can make the argument that he should have still been drafted and all that, that's beside the point. It wasn't done illegally. He didn't dodge the draft. He dodged the war is what he dodged. If you want to talk about draft dodgers, you got to look at Canadians. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, hippies in general. He's actually attacking his own side by throwing that out there.
But they think this is kind of a win. Like, well, Trump dodged the draft with money. Sure, okay. Let's say he did. Okay, what about it? He still had to sign up for the draft.
Yeah,
which women don't do.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the argument at hand. He is not focusing on the actual argument. He just wants to make his point and slip in a couple of orange man bads.
Yeah.
And he doesn't actually want a conversation about it. He just wants to be right.
Not everyone eligible was even drafted. True. Anyhow, okay.
Hold on.
What were you gonna say?
No, I'm just laughing. Yeah, You're cracking me up tonight.
As a logical person, this really fucking hurts.
Everybody hurts sometimes, Monkey.
Everybody hurts.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You supported the guy, and you still support the guy.
Oh, God. Don't TDS. Just answer to the argument.
Don't TFS, because I know you have Trump fellatio.
Come on, dude. Just don't move it. Don't straw man. Just answer to the argument.
Not a straw man. Be quiet.
Oh,
listen to me.
It is a straw man.
It's going to be Trump. You just really, you're not going to answer the argument. You're just going to go on Trump.
Hold on. If you want to talk about privilege, which is what we are talking about, which I think is important to this conversation, privilege with women, privilege with men, not just Trump. There are plenty of men, some who have financial means, that have dodged the draft.
For the record, my uncle who got out of the draft by going into the clergy was poor as shit. 7 guys grew up on a farm with their mother. Their dad killed themselves when my dad was 12. They were dirt poor, and he got out of the draft.
Yeah, but he's got to make it a class argument so his audience will buy into what he's saying.
Again, he didn't get out of the draft. He got out of enlistment because he was drafted. He just got out of it by being clergy.
Yeah, but he still had to sign up for selective service, but we can't have that. So we deflect to, well, there are people that are privileged, and that way people are going to hear that and be like, yeah, he's right. Not relevant to the conversation, but it's a win for him and his audience.
Yes, understatement. He is still a pastor. He to my uncle's credit, he did dedicate his life to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was saved by the Lord, technically.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a good chance he would have died in Numb, or got some sort of gonorrhea sniffle AIDS from some whore. So
sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time to convert if you're going to do that.
Yeah. God, he's got to be in his 80s now. So 60 years of his life he's semi-retired now. He doesn't have like a full congregation or anything.
Yeah, just like a fill-in pastor kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. No, there was like a Norwegian metal band that wanted to do death metal, ragging on the Catholics, and they started reading a bunch of books on Catholicism and ended up converting.
So it was just accelerated, not just a tool to get out of it. No. Understatement. My uncle is very clear. The only reason he went into it was to get out of the draft, but he did dedicate his life to it.
Well, I mean, he obviously found something he liked there, or he wouldn't have stuck with it that long.
Yeah, I do not want to downplay, and that's not to say that the rest of his life and what he's done in his churches and stuff hasn't been good stuff, but he only did it to get out of Nam, and he will openly say that.
People find the Lord in different ways.
True. So I at least admire that he didn't do it just until the war was over and then, go get a job at Lehman Brothers or something. No, he went all in. It's like the guys who moved to Canada so they wouldn't be drafted and stayed Canadian.
Yeah.
Anyway, they didn't come back years later.
Yes, there's women who've dodged it too by getting pregnant on purpose. What's your point? They're dodged their military deployment.
There are different privileges for people. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's gender. If you want to make the argument,
wait. You cannot. Okay, legally, you cannot buy your way out of the draft. You can't. There was a time when you could. Back in the day, you'd pay people to fill in for you in the United States to go do your military service.
Yeah, they did that during the Civil War and ended up with a bunch of riots in New York.
That is not a thing that exists anymore.
That's why they got rid of it.
What you're talking about with the privilege is usually things like going into academia or, basically going to college.
Yeah.
So what you're actually arguing against is going to college. You don't ask.
My grandfather didn't serve because he was working on the railroad at the time. During World War II. So he didn't have to go to the war because he was part of a necessary occupation back home. Like if you were a doctor or worked on a infrastructure setup, they needed you back on the home front to move goods around and help supply everything. So certain people were exempt and he didn't have to serve in World War II. But a bunch of my great uncles had to go, even though they were like school teachers or laborers. So it wasn't just rich people that could get out of selective service or out of the draft. It was people that had like necessary skills back home too.
But they only talk about this. I mean, they've done this to a lot of politicians who got out of things by like going to college, but they only ever do dodger than so is Biden. 100%.
Yeah.
Use the same fucking reasonings. So anyway,
compel women to do like they compel men to do what?
I just told you, and this.
Then how's that not a privilege?
Okay,
no, you didn't, because Andrew said, "What do women or what are women compelled to do?" I just told you. You've yet to say anything women are compelled to do. That is the crux of the argument, you moron.
Privilege.
I just explained it to you.
That's a privilege.
This is another thing Josh does all the time. Well, I'm going to tell you something. And then he tells you something that has nothing to do with the conversation. And then when you go, wait, here was the question. I just told you that. Now, Brian, did I call him Josh just a second ago?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Tard here, I can rewind it and we can play it and watch the whole thing without interruption, but you're not going to come out any better.
Yeah, gaslighting is not going to protect you when it's recorded.
I just told you. No, you didn't.
No, you just went on some weird tangent about Trump for some reason.
I gave you the death numbers. I gave you the situation.
The death numbers have nothing to do with being compelled. You fucking moron.
I just gave you a bunch of stats that proves what I said. That I win. Shut up.
This is why if I get my wish of arguing with Brian. It has to be on my show, not on his radio, because there's no way the F-bomb's not coming out repeatedly.
Which F-bomb? I think 2 or 3 of them might come out.
I would probably avoid calling him the one that I can't help but call Hassan regularly.
Well, that one's accurate. So
I'm just saying fuck. I would say fuck a lot. Because are you fucking retarded, bro?
But yeah, I think he is. Either that or he was born a woman who was retarded and may have had an extra chromosome.
Fuck, bro.
Where you
has no bearing on the argument.
I think it has every bearing on the argument. You don't know what it's like to be pregnant. You don't know what it's.
Oh my God.
What's that have to do with conscription? Also, leave bearing out of this, you son of a bitch.
All right. Even if Andrew did know what it was like to be pregnant, that would not have any bearing on the fucking conversation, you absolute spoon. You potato of a human. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think he even knows. He just says things.
Again, he just repeats talking points. This is something that women say to men when they're talking about the complications of childbirth and how we keep your laws off our bodies. And in that case, sometimes it can make sense. It usually doesn't because it's misused as it is here. But it literally has nothing to do with this conversation.
But you remember back in 1995 when you used the word fat in the general vicinity of me, and that made me feel some kind of way because I took it as a personal attack, even though you were talking about the dog.
All right. Is this the one where they're talking about Savannah Hernandez? Has that already happened? I think it's in this debate.
I don't remember if it's in this one or not.
Okay.
Like I said, I've watched a few of these and they kind of blur together because this guy's kind of a repetitive spurg. So
Stop Monkey, don't give him that caveat. He wiggles out of the point by diverting. Never let him get away with anything. Well, see, that would be the fun part of arguing with him because I would insist on nailing him down. And Andrew, to his credit, is trying. He's trying to.
And this is not easy. That it's like greased pig contest. You know, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a greased pig contest, but the pigs are slippery. And this guy is too, because it's hard to catch a retard. They're like greased pigs.
It wasn't that long ago that Andrew said, will you answer my question? And Brian here goes, answer my question first. And Andrew did. And then Andrew repeats, hey, will you answer my question? What's the compulsion? I already answered that.
I answered it by making you answer my question and deflecting. And deflector shields activated.
This is all the very first topic still. It's the first topic, just for the record. It is the first topic we have watched. There was 20 minutes of this before we started watching that was even more nonsensical than this, believe it or not. So technically, I think it's the third topic. But from our point of view, yes, it is the first topic. And how long have we been watching? I think, what are we, only like 10 minutes of this? God damn. All right.
Like
what does that have to do?
Has to do with everything. Has to do with everything. Okay, so women are the privileged ones in society. Is that
yes,
yes.
Yes.
So women have all the privilege. Why are they getting paid less than men?
Yeah,
on average.
They are not. Oh my God, did he really go to the pay gap?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So he's willing to cede the entire thing to go to the wage gap, which has been debunked. Because women do not take on the types of jobs men take on.
It's not even that. It's not. One, women, especially when the wage gap was figured up back in the day, women didn't work as long as men. And what they did was look at the total earnings over a lifetime. Men made more money than women. Yeah, because they worked on average 10 to 20 years longer than women did. And that's before we even get into most women, especially at that time in the workforce, were going into retail or some other menial job that is easy and pays a lot less than men who were like going to college, getting into business school, going out and starting a Fortune 500 company. There is no pay gap. This is nonsense. And it has been nonsense since the beginning.
Yep.
Good.
It doesn't factor in maternity leave and
Nope.
the fact that women still take most of the menial type jobs like retail and medical field stuff, entry level type stuff. There's not nearly as many women engineers or sewer workers or boiler makers. That's all men jobs, and they're dangerous, and that's why they pay more. Or they're more specialized, or they're STEM fields, and women just don't go into those fields.
They're somewhat catching up in STEM fields, and it's showing.
Yeah, but
really, you got to do the wage gap?
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, sorry, keep going, bud. I'm sorry.
No, that's all I was adding. I'm tired of the wage gap argument. It's been debunked dozens of times.
Why are they getting paid less than men on average?
Really, you got to do the wage gap?
Yeah, let's do that.
Mostly because of overtime, and because they like to take more time off.
But
that's why
you guys vote against.
That's not why. Andrew's clearly not as up on this as we are. Trust me, this is one of the first arguments I had once I came to YouTube, is digging into the wage gap. Men are more likely to work overtime. Women want to do that. Hey, my day's over, which is fine if that's how you want to work, but then you don't get a bitch that you make less money because you're working less hours. And again, the wage gap was lifetime, it wasn't actually comparing how much people were being paid, like a Walmart cashier and a Walmart cashier, man versus woman. How much are they making? That's not what they did.
Nope.
Maternity leave. A lot of that is maternity leave. So do you want women to have?
No, a lot of it's actually not maternity leave.
Even if it was maternity leave, okay? Why should women get the same pay increases when they're leaving for 6 months?
A female privilege.
Yeah.
He's advocating for more female privilege here.
Yeah. I'm not saying women shouldn't have babies. I'm not saying they shouldn't even have, maternity leave. I think paternity leave is fucking retarded. But if you're out of the office for however long it is, why should that count towards your raise that year? You're not there. You're not helping the company.
I'd be willing to bet that if asked, Brian would advocate that women should get paid the entire time they're on maternity leave.
Oh, probably, yeah. And if a company wants to do that, great. I just don't think it should be compelled.
Yep.
Why are women getting paid less than men?
I just told you. It's because they work less overtime and they want to take more time.
No. Again, they're not paid less. They might take home more or take home less, but that is not getting paid less. If you're a brand new cashier at Walmart, you're making 10. Well, I don't even know what the dollar amount is, but let's just theoretically say 2 people, 1 boy, 1 girl, get their very first job as a cashier at Walmart. They're getting paid the exact same. Nobody at Walmart's going, oh, you got dangly bits, so we're going to pay you more.
I'm off for family time.
Where are you getting that stat from?
I mean, this has been well known forever.
What source are you? What is your source? Can you give me your?
The guy who got the military death numbers wrong is asking for a source. Of course. The last refuge of the left. Give me a source. Go ahead, bud.
Source. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Okay. Let's use the draft analogy. Some men dodge the draft. The legal penalty is up to 5 years in jail, up to $250,000 in fines. What's the legal penalty for dodging pregnancy? Only 3 states penalize the mom, the harshest being South Carolina, where it's a misdemeanor. Yeah, look, if you were to be irresponsible with your crotch, I mean, I get it, but yeah, you're not wrong. It's there are a lot of penalties for draft dodging, but being a deadbeat mom isn't nearly as criminalized.
Yeah. All right. I can't believe we're still watching this.
You can't
Source,
stop.
I don't. Yeah, I can pull it up. I'm sure, but yeah, this has been debated ad nauseum. And by the way, the other problem you have is that
the number one reason. Hold on, Andrew. The number one reason why women don't get paid as much as men is because they take more time off.
Mm-hmm.
They're not at work as much, so they don't make as much. Okay. How is that a male privilege? All right.
Is that I know, I just want to know.
No, it's a contribute. There's multiple factors which contribute to it.
Multiple factors.
It's overtime. It's that they want more time off. It's all sorts of things. But even if I granted the pay gap was,
and again, when this part cannot be stressed enough. When they did this, it was based on the lifetime of how long you worked, how much women made over their lifetime versus how much men made, and men were working literally decades longer. And I see they made less money
in different fields.
In different fields, yes, because in their world, a CEO of a Fortune 500 company is exactly the same as a Walmart cashier. Look how much less she's being paid.
Real. I think now it's at only 2 cents. It's extremely low. Mm-hmm. And the second issue that you have with that position is nobody's compelling women to go work for anybody. Nobody is compelling women that they have to get. The government is not compelling women to get a job. They're compelling men to sign up for selective service where they get a penalty.
We've already talked about the service.
You really haven't answered to it.
No, you just don't like my answer.
It's because your answer wasn't an answer, retard.
Also, it's a lot easier for a woman.
I was gonna say, that's like asking somebody, what time is it? And they say, I really like fish. Like, could you answer the question? I did. You just don't like my answer.
Yeah. That's
you
great.
Didn't answer the question. Go ahead.
Well, it's a lot easier for women to get on social assistance programs than men, like especially with like disability and welfare. Men have to go through all kinds of legal hoops. You have to prove that you can't work. You have such a higher standard than, oh, you're a woman? Okay, here's some money. Because I've seen that. I've been in that area of work before when I was working with like kids and whatnot. Yeah. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, it's a lot easier for women to get social assistance than it is for men, especially with kids.
It's a non-answer.
No, I gave you my answer, and I've talked to you, and I've given you stats about how many women have died from childbirth.
Yeah, but that has no bearing on the problem.
We're talking about sacrifice. We're talking about deaths. We're talking about sacrifice. What a woman has to go through when she has a child.
You're talking about compulsion. You moron.
So on and so forth. Why, Andrew? It's interesting because you think I'm a creep, and I want to go back to the creep stuff.
Bro, you were just talking about his kid's birth certificate.
Yeah, I think you're a creep too. I mean, that's creepy.
I didn't think you were a creep or know anything about you being a creep until I saw this, and I am 100% sure you're a creep. I said numbers equals I win. Yeah. He's a moron.
I mean, you mocked a woman for being gay. You told her she should go lick sniz. Yeah. I think that's kind of creepy. Why am I a creep, Andrew? We've talked.
It's rude, but it's not creepy.
It's kind of funny.
He told a gay woman to do something she presumably likes. That's not creepy. That's
horror.
It's rude, but I mean,
yeah, it's poor form, but it's not. That's not like I want to watch you lick snatch.
Yeah, that would be different if he said, I want to watch. That's entirely creepy.
Yeah, that's super creepy.
All right.
About my DMs. And by the way, everything I've said about...
You came in late, Devil Pup.
True.
Savannah Hernandez, I back up. Everything I've said about my DMs. And by the way, everything I've said about Savannah Hernandez, I back up. Everything I've said about your wife, I stand by what I've said.
Right.
Why am I a creep, Andrew? Because I think
I debate with women, and I think it's probably a fair characterization for people to say that sometimes I'm an asshole. That seems reasonable.
Watch the language, please.
I'm sorry, bro, that I'm a jerk. I think it's reasonable for them to say occasionally I'm a jerk.
Okay.
But you know what I don't do? I don't slide into women's DMs like you do. I don't slide in. and do the berating thing and this kind of thing. I just don't do it.
You don't slide in and berate.
Very creepy.
It's very creepy, but yet I've never made fun of a woman or man in a DM for being gay. I've never gone to tell them to go.
Did he do it in a DM? Because I'm pretty sure he told her to go lick sniz on the whatever podcast. Didn't he do that live?
Yeah. He'll do it to their face.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you make fun of him for other things. So what?
It is creepy to just slide into women's DMs. It is a little creepy. And by the way, I do think this needs said because we didn't watch the beginning of this. He says he just slides into everybody's DMs. I don't know why he's that kind of person, but I really think this guy just doesn't understand social constructs, how you're supposed to behave around people. He gets a thought in his brain, so he's like, I'm going to go talk to this person. And I don't think he realizes he's creepy because he doesn't realize why that's creepy. It's just creepy to hit up people randomly like your friends.
Or what?
Yeah.
What else?
It's lack of social skills.
Yeah.
He's just a creepy dude.
All kinds of things. You call him the B word. You say all sorts of things.
Yeah. So here's why I called your wife that. And by the way, I stand by it. By the way,
of course.
By the way,
of course you do. It's fine when you do it. Of course.
No. Hold on. There's a difference. See, those DMs that you talked about to start the show, the ones that you particularly said that I told somebody to commit suicide, are blatantly false. I'll take anybody to court, and I'm happy for discovery. So you
could just show us all your DMs.
You're claiming that I'm a creep based on a DM that is false. What I am doing.
Well, but you've lied.
For the record, I'm calling you a creep because you looked up this fucker's child's birth certificate. I don't care about all the DM stuff, and we'll see if we might cut this off here when out they're talking about DMs, but I think you're a creep because you looked up shit on somebody's kids. You told us you saw the stuff, and I don't think it just came across your timeline.
About DMs, dude.
I don't care what your opinions are on what you think I'm lying or not. Okay, I stand by every word I've said to your wife. Okay, whether you do. Whether who started to say the first thing is irrelevant.
You mean when you slid into her DMs?
Yeah, okay, sliding into her DMs. First of all, I do a show where I actually have guests on my show every day, and I DM a lot of people every day. So
okay. I'm
a creep a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you're making the argument you think you're making, dude. I'm always creepy is not an answer to, hey, you're a creep.
That's just part of my personality.
Is this live, like real live or pre-recorded live? I believe he does his show live. But there's got to be some kind of delay because if he's actually on the air somewhere and Andrew's been dropping a couple of zingers in there that he's had to apologize for, I'm sure it's got to beep. So it's probably like on a 10-second delay somewhere if he's actually being broadcast. But I don't know. But the actual interaction does go live.
I'm a creep for, by the way, the reason why I started talking to Savannah is because this was 2 years ago we started talking. I know we haven't really gotten into that, but she agreed to do my show and we've been DMing each other. It goes back 2 years. I think somebody is a creep, okay, who attacks somebody because of their sexuality. The reason why I called your wife
that doesn't make somebody a creep. Again, that's rude if you want to go anywhere on that. It would depend on how you attack them. Like maybe if you get overly visual in your language about what they do when they're having same sex, but just, hey, you're gay is not creepy.
Yeah, telling somebody to go perform sex acts instead of talking to you isn't in and of itself creepy. It's just poor decorum. It's rude. So it's not the same thing. This guy's not good at analogies.
Brian, if me and you talk, there's a good chance I would go, oh, go suck a dick. And that's not creepy. It's rude.
Yeah.
For the record, because I don't know if you suck dick or not. And it's irrelevant to the comment.
It really is irrelevant to the conversation. But look, if this guy's tried to talk to Savannah at one point, and then he suddenly starts talking to her again ages later, that's kind of weird. Okay, just because you had some sort of past conversation doesn't make you buddies now.
Right.
And look, I would like to slide into Savannah's DMs, but I don't. And you know why? It's fucking weird. She doesn't know me. Okay, I don't know her. She doesn't know who I am, so it's not going to be creepy and weird. Because I'm not going to be creepy and weird about it. That's stupid. And it comes off as creepy and weird. You just start talking randomly to some chick.
Dangerous says, I've DM'd people to book guests for Matt. I would call it reaching out. I would never call it sliding into DMs because I'm not a creep. There's a professional way to reach out to people.
Yeah. And that's not what Brian here is doing.
Yeah, that's Brian not the accusation here.
Yeah, Brian was talking to her about the incident where she was attacked.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to interview her necessarily. He was being a disingenuous shitbag. I remember reading some of the conversation that was released about that. And he was basically calling her a liar and threatening her with legal action, stuff like that. So yeah, the guy's a piece of shit. And he is a creep, I think. That's just my opinion. Pretty sure a lot of the audience is going to agree with me on that.
I just want to be clear. I don't even think I don't know what the message is said. Even if I don't think it's creepy to get into someone's DMs. I think it's weird to go into someone's DMs, even if you had talked to them before, to schedule them as a guest and be like, you're lying about that shit. That's not creepy. That's just fucking weird. Looking up shit on people's kids is fucking creepy.
Yeah, that's super creepy.
That's just very creepy.
B word. And I'm glad we're talking about this now because I'm happy to do it.
Yeah.
It's because of those DMs that are completely false.
You're happy to talk about how you called his wife a bitch. And you're objecting to be calling a creep. Yeah. Because calling her a bitch is one thing. Being happy to call her a bitch is an entirely different matter.
Yeah. This is one of those what I say doesn't apply to me kind of situations. Like, how dare you insult me, but I can insult whoever I want? Quartering. That's dumb.
About me.
Yeah.
That have said that I've talked about telling women to commit suicide or men or whatever. That's horrible. I've never done that. Said that
including on that Facebook DM, right?
Correct. That's not mine. That is completely fabricated, just like everything else she said about me. She said that I abuse women. I've never been charged.
Well, forgetting all of that, I just want to be clear with the Facebook DM, right?
Let me finish. This is why I called you wife.
Brian.
No, you calm down.
See what he said there? I've never been charged with that.
Yeah. And if this is the part, because I did see a little clip of this. If this is the part that I think it is, he is very, very interested in the fact he's never been charged.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
There's a lot of people that have never been charged with doing some horrific shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen some 48 Hours episodes where a woman is killed and she'd called the police on a guy multiple times and then no charges were filed because she backed out of it. Yeah. Doesn't mean she didn't get her ass whipped. I've never been charged. Well, that's you're daring karma right now, homie.
Yeah, that's a semantic argument. Also, he said he's not afraid of discovery. I have a feeling this guy should be very afraid of discovery.
Well, and also there's the notion of abusing women. There's physical abuse and then there's verbal abuse. And just by you saying you're happy to talk about calling his wife a bitch leads me to believe that you probably are verbally abusive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that you are. I'm just, based on what I've seen, I can believe it easily. The debate is over. They're just throwing insults now. Well, in fairness, the debate never really started because Andrew tried to have a debate and Brian here is a retard. So, you know, I'm actually oddly impressed with Andrew's civility so far.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, again, you don't want to look like you're beating up the retard.
I do.
Oh, you're the one freaking out.
The reason why Here's why I called her that.
No, I know you do. It's funny.
Took that story.
Yeah.
And that stuff about me that is clearly, it's all false. If any of that was real about what that woman wrote about me, there would be a court case or I would have been charged with a crime. Abusing people is a crime, which I've never done.
It doesn't necessarily mean there'd be a court case. I don't know what the charges are, but just for the record, somebody claiming that you abused them one time doesn't necessarily mean there would be a court case. Now you can argue there should have been one.
Been charged with a crime, let alone convicted of a crime in my life. What did your
that
wife?
Doesn't follow.
Hold on. What did your wife?
I don't understand why is it necessary that you would be charged with a crime for any of that?
Because I was accused of stealing money from people and abusing women. Those are both crimes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you get convicted for that.
That doesn't even mean you get charged.
Yeah.
I'd like to point to the Krasensteins on the stealing money part.
You get charged or convicted for anything.
Somebody online makes a claim about you and says that you abused women and that you stole money from people. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't put it on social media unless it was verified. What did your wife do? She put it on her Twitter page. And while your wife isn't the most well-known person in the world, she's have
way better well-known than you.
Yeah, she is. She does have a following. Okay, Andrew, she does have a following. And she posted that on her Twitter page while making fun of my physical appearance. By the way, that doesn't bother me at all. Anybody?
Yes, it does, because you just brought it up. She made fun of my physical appearance. Not that I care. Not that I care. Oh, didn't he call Andrew insecure not that long ago?
Yes.
Yeah. And look, I don't know the story they're talking about here. I wish I did, but
do you want me to read you some of the DMs that he exchanged with Savannah?
Do you have? Is this the one that Rachel posted that they're talking about right now?
Not sure. This is the one where he's calling her an idiot and threatening to sue her.
Oh, what did he say there?
Okay, he says, I will make sure there's a defamation against you and they follow a lawsuit against you for losses. Those are terrible sentences. Good job. You're such a big boy.
Go Sav.
Right. She is funny. They have some really good attorneys and you're a F.
Wait. Who are they? Is he talking about the guy who assaulted him or assaulted her?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Fuck. Go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry.
They have some really good attorneys, and you're a F asterisk several times grifting moron. Grifting, moron. Why don't you go to work for Alex Jones again? You're not a journalist, you F asterisk several times moron. No comma this time. You and your fake concussion and your fake injuries, I'm on to you.
Are these DMs we know are actually from him?
Yeah, these are the ones she posted. It's got
he's claiming that these are fake.
Yeah, these sound like how he talks.
They do.
Let me drop the links. I gave it to you in the side chat. Let me give the audience so they can read at their own leisure and not have to hear me doing silly voices. Just blasted you on OAN. Fox News is next. Keep going. Only right-wing media in your safe space. She gave a little thumbs up and said, cool, thanks. Hope your fake concussion is okay. The family has had death threats, lost their, THERE, over there, jobs, threats of rape. I know you don't give a fuck, you grifting idiot. By the way, I got them that OAN interview. Wait until you see my segment, TMRW. They are not on a, quote, tour, you imbecile. Their, THERE, lives are ruined. And then she posted a post he made. Now proven, the first person who made any physical contact with anyone was Sav says, arrest her immediately. There's such a thing as instigating, Brian. If you want everyone arrested for assault, it starts with mega grifting asshole Savannah Hernandez, who makes a living causing chaos and agitating. Okay,
let's say that last part is true, theoretically, okay? if I remember correctly, she was being pushed against and she pushed back, but maybe I have that wrong. The part people have a problem with is when there's no contact between anyone. Sab is walking away, and this motherfucker comes up and pushes her in the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
The jostling
knocked down.
Yeah, the jostling before that, nobody's whining about. But
no,
whatever.
What he's pointing to is when the girl was up blowing the whistle directly in Sav's ear at like inches away. Savannah put her hand up and may have made contact with the girl's whistle or possibly her face.
But
that's the part I think he's talking about.
Even if it is in Sab's defense, that is self-defense right there. You can severely injure somebody's ear that way.
Yes, you are being the aggressor by blowing the whistle in her ear. And it's also considered instigating, much like fighting words would be. This is not new. This sort of thing has happened before. It has precedent. We've covered stories like this.
Yep.
Also, Rachel Wilson did drop a little video of the DMs that he sent her, which are also in the side chat if you want to look at those later. I don't know if you do or not, but I'm going to give them to the audience so they can watch them later.
Yeah. I'm very interested in the bit they are talking about where she supposedly posted something on his or that somebody else had said about him, this assault and theft apparently.
Yeah, I couldn't find that right away, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere. It would take me a little longer to research that, and we're in the middle of a show. So
sure, yeah, I understand. It's just weird to me that this little I almost called him the Hassan word. This little shithead is so adamant that these things aren't real. I don't know if they are or not, but his claim that there would be a court case is an absolute lie.
If this guy sues, he is going to look like a total creep. It'll do more damage to his reputation than anything he can hope to gain out of it.
Well, I mean, he's saying that Rachel Wilson knowingly put out false information about him. He has the right to sue if that's true. So go ahead, take a shot, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to sue either Wilson or Savannah because it's not going to work out the way he thinks it is. Granted, he is kind of a woman, but what's more likely here?
And it should be reiterated from the top of the show that when Andrew said that he slid into Rachel's DMs, Brian's response was, "I got hacked."
Oh God, I forgot about that. Oh my God, the go-to defense of guilty people everywhere.
His immediate reaction was, "I got hacked." He didn't even know the conversation, but he knew he got hacked. Turns out he didn't. But anyway.
Can make fun of my physical.
So you don't think the more rational approach is to be like, hey, you know what? Actually, some of this stuff is untrue. And let me give you.
I told that.
No, you didn't. You went right into her DMs and started talking smack initially.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
Like at very first thing.
I stand by everything.
I understand that, but it's not just that. Let's talk about this. The Savannah Hernandez thing.
Sure, I'm happy.
You say that you.
Hold on. Full disclosure. It's not because I want to end the conversation.
I understand. I know you have a time.
Oh dear God. How many times does this guy interrupt to let the conversation go?
Because he's trying to deflect, and it's a way to throw people off their train of thought by constantly interrupting with dumb, pointless shit. And the guy's a dumbass. So, I mean, look, we've made the case many times in the last couple hours that this guy is not particularly smart. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that if given the chance, he would rip a baby apart with his retard strength. But
look,
I have no evidence of that. I'm just speculating.
I don't do this often, especially anymore, but give me money. Do you realize the suffering I'm doing for you right now?
Yeah, this is actually painful. This is the second time I've seen this, not to mention the clips that I watched before watching the whole thing to make sure the context was right. So we are suffering for you guys right now.
For the Black Romeo says Brian won. He's successfully got Andrew away from the compulsion argument. In fairness, the argument was supposed to be about him being a creep. So they're finally on to the argument they were supposed to have.
Yeah, this is the actual reason that Andrew is talking to him, because the guy was being creepy with his wife.
So the way they got onto the whole compulsion argument was because Brian was assigning beliefs to Andrew that he didn't have. And Andrew tried clarifying, and that's how they got on that long ass debate about compulsion, with Brian just not understanding the point. So just in fairness, this is where they're actually supposed to be.
Time out. I understand. I get it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So tell me here on that front.
Sure. I'll answer anything you got.
Yeah. So this woman, I went through and reviewed what happened there.
I don't think we watched the video on here, did we?
I don't think we did. We talked about it briefly, but I don't think we watched the whole thing.
Yeah, because I don't want to see a little woman getting pushed, and she got pushed hard. She hit the ground from how hard he pushed her.
Yes, and if she is traumatized and needs someone to comfort her, I will.
You stop it.
So, what?
Anyhow,
I'm not married.
You said that she's faking a concussion. What's your evidence for that, Brian?
Sure. So she hasn't provided any evidence that she has. I'm answering your question, and I'm going to give you a number of different reasons.
Okay.
First of all, in the video, she immediately gets back up, smiling, fixing her hair for the camera. Number two, the next day.
You can get up after a concussion.
And she was not smiling when she got up. That was more of a wince. She was
there
scared.
are levels. There are levels of concussion.
Yes. And it sounds like she had a mild concussion. And I'm sure you know who does have evidence of that? The hospital or the police or both, and probably 5 or 6 other people.
As if she needs to post her med records. Well, remember, this guy is looking up information on kids, so I'm sure he wants to see her medical records.
Probably.
I'm sure he's going to claim she's not a woman and she hasn't provided any information to prove she is. So I need to see pictures of your vagina.
If she's handed those,
hey, you stop it.
I'm gonna stop now because I do like Savannah Hernandez. She's
such a cutie too, man.
Yeah, she's super sweet seeming. She's feisty, and I kind of like that.
She is deceptively witty too, because she comes up and kind of plays stupid at first. Yeah, and it's great.
She's charming.
She is very charming.
It's disarming, so she gets a few cheap digs in, and I dig that. That's actually signs of intelligence.
But for the record, you can get a concussion without hitting your head. If you just get pushed hard enough, you can get a concussion.
Yeah, you could get it from like a whiplash and stuff like that.
Your brain can bounce around in your brain cage.
Yeah, it's I knew a dude that got that from like a mosh pit headbanging.
Yep.
He was never actually hit in the head, but he was jostled around a lot and he was headbanging the whole time. And he fucked up his brain for a little bit.
Anyway, let's get back to his reason. She absolutely didn't have a concussion.
Yeah.
She said she had a concussion. On that day, she said she had a concussion. She did the Laura Ingraham show. She did the Glenn Beck show. She did a multiple of different podcasts. To me, that's not the behavior.
There are NFL players who've gotten a concussion and gone back into the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, if you watch those interviews, you can tell she's a little off. I watch Savannah fairly regularly, especially because she does the interviews on the street. Yeah. We've covered a lot of those from like Frontlines. She was a little overly emotional on the Laura Ingraham show. Mm-hmm. And she's usually a little more professional than that. It wasn't just because of the incident. You could tell that she was a little off. So this is a ludicrous argument for all the reasons we've just stated. Concussion can take a little while to be noticed.
Well, there's also, look, I've never been diagnosed with a concussion, but I know for a fact I've had concussions.
Yes.
And one of the worst, my son wore my shoes out. They had rabbits and they had to go feed their rabbits. And we had an ice storm. And for some reason, my young son put on my shoes to go outside. And he got too close to the edge of our driveway and started slipping down it. And so me being dad, go to rescue my son. And I run out onto the porch barefoot because he has my shoes. And I went up in the air and landed on my head. Ooh. And I spent the rest of that day in a fog that I cannot explain. And actually it was about 3 days.
Yeah. It's called a fugue state.
I was coherent. I could have conversations. I knew what I was talking about. but I felt like everything was through water.
Yeah. Yeah. And you don't always, it's sort of like being under the influence of certain medications or drugs. You don't necessarily, something's off, but you can't articulate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Assassin did a really good job here saying this. This is very concise. Concussion does not mean incapacitated.
True.
He seems to think that she should have been more like comatose, but
yeah,
signs of a concussion are very, very subtle sometimes. And unless you're a trained professional or you've been around people with concussions, it's not always easy to pick up on it right away until they start like slurring their words or saying bonkers, crazy shit. It's not always that easy to spot, especially with a mild concussion.
Black Romeo says, I'm a professional wrestling fan. I've heard both Kurt Angle and The Undertaker talk about a concussion they had where they completely blanked the rest of the match they had. Yeah. They still go through the motions. They know. It's a very weird feeling. It is, because you know everything that's going on around you. You just don't know everything that's going on around you. I don't know how else to explain it if you've never experienced it. And there are a couple of my falls down the stairs where I have little doubt that I had a concussion.
Yeah, there's been times you've been on the show after falling down the stairs, and I'm like, he has either been drinking or he's got a mild. I think I've even told you have a mild concussion.
Yeah, and I wasn't drinking. Do not drink when you have a concussion.
Oh God, no.
You can still operate. Again, look at the NFL. Some of these guys, there's a reason they have the protocol now, but they used to go right back into the game with a concussion. And you're talking about quarterbacks who have to read defenses, and they still played a fine game, but they were fucked up.
Yeah, there's a lot of functional alcoholics that can get blackout drunk and never remember what they did, but at the time they're still functional.
Yeah,
it's really horrifying to see if you know what's happening and watching somebody go through that. It's terrifying. But mild concussions, especially, it can present as like migraines or headaches. And that could be, you could interpret that as like, well, she got shoved to the ground. Maybe she's got some bruises. Well, that might not be what's actually happening. It might be a mild concussion or a full-blown concussion, and she needs to go to the hospital immediately for that. Just because you, in your layman's opinion, doesn't think that she had a concussion doesn't mean that she didn't have a concussion. Yeah, Brian here, I guarantee you, is not a medical professional and should not be making claims as such.
For the record, I don't know if she had one. I don't know if she even went to the doctor, but it is believable that she had a concussion from that.
Yes, absolutely. And she's not known to be somebody that lies. So could she have exaggerated? Maybe. Could she have lied? Maybe. But it's fully possible that she got a concussion from getting shoved as hard as she did. She got knocked to the ground, and that people get hurt pretty. You could kill someone with one punch. It's pretty easy to get a concussion.
This is something that you also need to know about, like the sucker push that he gave.
Yeah.
If you get pushed from the front, you can, even if you fall, you can brace yourself for what's coming.
Yeah.
You can't do that when somebody runs up behind you and hits you or pushes you. It's one of the reasons sucker punching is such a bitch thing to do.
Absolutely.
Anyway, let's get back to Tard Boy here.
Behavior of somebody that has medical problems. I've asked her, I said, can you provide any evidence or any picture? She said she was bruised. If somebody claimed that she was bruised, or if I was assaulted, right, I would provide that evidence with people that don't believe me. So that's issue number one. I don't believe she.
Why is she required to do that to satisfy some random shitty podcaster?
Here, Brian, let's use your logic. I don't believe that you didn't steal from people. Prove it.
Yeah, prove your innocence.
Prove it. Give me all the evidence that you didn't steal from people. Because I won't believe you until I get all of your bank records.
We're going to go all Caleb Hammer on him.
Yeah, let's see.
Had any serious issues like in concussion. So that's number one. Number two.
Well, hang on. Let's start with that.
Wait, let's, for argument's sake, Jack, say she didn't have a concussion. Why is your reaction to that violent push? I almost feel like we should show it so people can see just how violent this shit was. Do you have it? Can you find it easily?
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick.
If you could. Because I want to show you guys this. He is going and yelling at this woman for saying she had a concussion from this absolutely violent thing that happened to her. Why is that your go-to? I almost feel like it's just he's just saying it because it's her and he has no other reason to say it. This woman was violently assaulted. You could say, hey, I don't think it was as bad as you're making it out to, but I'm sorry you got hurt. At the very least, she got some scrapes, man. And that's not enough for you. You need your women to be beaten a little bit. Oh, you are a woman abuser, according to that one post. So maybe what he's saying is, hey, you're not as fucked up as I would have done to you.
Yeah, maybe he's making that point.
I can't say that for sure, but based on everything we've heard so far, I think he just thinks she should have been beat up further to be able to claim she was beat up.
Yeah, it's not a beating unless he sets an arbitrary standard of how many bruises are required or how many punches you take.
When I beat bitches, they have bruises all over them, and if you don't have that, then you're not really abused.
Yeah, it's not a real beating unless unless something bad happens.
Unless you have a Brian beating, it's not a real beating.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I'm just trying to figure out his thinking. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying theoretically, based on what we've heard so far today. All right, so here is the video. This is not
the angles.
This is not even how we're okay. So here we are. This is Sav right here. She's the little tiny Asian Mexican.
It's a hell of a combination.
How do you have the name Savannah, the last name Hernandez, and you are what, Filipino?
Yeah, half Filipino, half Mexican, I think.
Oh, good God. Anyway. That's not even the one.
No, it's right. No, it's over.
Now we just saw her fall to the ground. That's not the push we're even talking about.
No, I'm trying to find the other. There's a lot of videos here I got to sift through to find the actual.
That's the push we're talking about.
Yeah.
Did y'all catch that? Let's watch it again. Look where she's looking.
And that's concrete. That's not the grass where everybody shows the clip of her getting knocked down by the fence in the grass.
Yeah.
But they don't show her hitting concrete.
Yeah, the fact that Brian here is like, hey, it wasn't as bad as you said. Did y'all see that? Did y'all watch that?
Yeah, that's not her camera guy either. That's somebody else that happened to be there filming that, because her video is from a different angle, and it looks bad, but it doesn't look as bad as this one.
All right.
Claim first.
Sure.
We'll do one at a time.
Sure.
You can't honestly say that your evidence is lack of evidence.
Where's her evidence that she was hurt?
That's the problem. Is you're saying your evidence is a lack of evidence.
I think she's lying. Where's her evidence that?
And if that's all you have, that's fine. There have been plenty of times I thought people are lying. I'm almost always correct on that, but it is just because of like a history of that person or something. Like, I know that guy and I don't believe him. When it came to the Hunter Avalone shooting at his house thing, until I saw the video, I'm like, this is bullshit.
That he was hiding behind his girlfriend.
And then it made way more sense.
Yeah. But this is sort of like if you want to use another so-called journalist, Ethan Ralph telling you a story. That dude's got a history of, instigation, bad behavior, untruths. Yeah. So him telling you something and somebody like Savannah telling you something, there's a degree of believability that you attribute to both parties. And Savannah, maybe she exaggerated a little bit. I don't know. but I find her to be a more credible witness than somebody like Ethan Ralph.
We have that video that shows that fat motherfucker pushing her so violently.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. The term for half Hispanic, half Asian is Latinx. Latinx.
I can't pronounce it the way we're really supposed to because we'll get in trouble for saying that.
I'm saying it how I say Latinx. Anyway.
Yeah, see, Devil Pup, you get my point. Like, if Ethan Ralph tells you something, you're like, that's part of the story. That's not the full story.
Yeah.
But Savannah's a lot more credible than somebody like Ethan Ralph. So it does matter who is telling you the story because their credibility matters too.
It would be one thing if she got up and said, I got shot 4 times.
Yeah.
No, in the video you
fired Benghazi.
You got pushed to the ground pretty hard. Seeing somebody, especially a tiny little woman like that, get pushed that violently and her saying, I got a concussion. I don't need the medical records for that. That is a perfectly believable thing.
Yeah.
No matter who it is. This could be fucking Laura Loomer, and I hate that cunt. And if she got shoved to the ground like that and she got up and said she had a concussion, even though I know she's a liar, it's believable.
Yeah. Even though she's fatter and could probably absorb it more.
Sure.
It's very tiny.
Anyhow.
That's my opinion. That doesn't make
evidence. You saying the evidence is the lack of evidence is not a good position.
That is true.
Okay, well, I don't care what you think is a good position or not. That's my opinion. I don't think she was harmed. I don't believe she had a concussion. And
those are 2 different statements. I don't think she was harmed. Do we need to watch
to the ground? They're probably going to get harmed in some regard.
that old man who got pushed to the ground by police back in 2020 got a less of a push to the ground than she got here, and lefties lost their shit over that.
Yeah.
But the tiny little chinks, whatever, she didn't get hurt at all.
Yeah, she's like 5 foot tall. Come on, dude. Just because she has a lower center of gravity doesn't mean she can't be hurt. She's not home.
This guy's a fucking retard.
That doesn't make me a creep, and I'm entitled to my opinion. You think she was?
What do you think of that fat guy running up and shoving her from behind like a chicken?
I'm so glad you. By the way, it's interesting that Andrew Wilson calls another man fat. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? But I'll answer.
Oh, compare the two. Which one's fat?
Even without that, I'm 200 pounds at 6 foot tall. I'm fat, and I can call fat guys fat. Me being fat doesn't make them not fat.
Yeah, I'm a big fat dude, and that dude is definitely a big fat guy, and he looks like a mongoloid. But I wasn't going to throw that qualifier on, but it's true.
Hang on just a second. I want to see if I can get get the screen. Yeah, there we go. This is the guy in question. Here he is, close up. He's a fat guy.
Yeah. This isn't even a very good angle to see how fat this dude is. He's got a beer belly. He is a portly dude. He is easily obese.
There is a better shot of him. It should be over here where the camera turns toward. Oh, there he is, right there. Him coming back. He's coming back for more, you guys. There he is. There's our hero of the story. You called him fat. Well, he is fat.
He is fat. That's an accurate descriptor. Just because you don't like the word fat because it's fat phobic or whatever nonsense, the dude's fat. Would you have preferred rotund, portly, or my favorite, chubberlocks?
But I love that the question is, what do you think about that fat guy pushing her? I'm glad you brought that up. Like, it's ironic you'd call him fat. That's the takeaway you have from the big guy pushing the little chick onto the ground. Pushing her in the back, by the way. That cannot be overstated what a cowardly fucking act that was.
Yeah, you attacked a tiny woman who is not a fighter in any respect, and you attack her from behind when you have a foot on her and probably 200 pounds. Come on, dude. Just because Andrew Wilson's fat too doesn't mean he can't point out this other dude is a big, massive tub of goo. Come on, man. Shut up. This is stupid.
Anyhow, dumbass.
To your stupid question anyway.
Yeah, that guy was fat. I'm not fat. I don't know what to tell you.
Andrew's not on the front of Fitness magazine either. But let me just answer your question, okay?
Would it have been okay if the guy who did it was on Fitness magazine?
Yeah, I guess by the logic he just used, yeah.
That he's fat, I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be said, but it is an accurate description of the guy. And like, but Andrew's not fit either.
So what? He's got like dad bod. He's like 40 something. I mean, your metabolism slows down. So what? A lot of guys get fat. So what?
So if Andrew was ripped, it'd be okay for him to call the guy fat who pushed a woman.
Apparently.
How dare you? As a fellow woman beater, allegedly, I get why you're upset by this. People might start calling you fat.
Yeah, maybe like his brain has some extra pounds, but he's just trying to deflect again and run interference and assist this sucker punching coward. Why are you defending this guy's actions?
Yeah, this is one of those times.
Trying to leave.
This is one of those times where you should just be like, what he did was a dick move, shouldn't have happened. That's the end of the story. You don't need to defend this guy.
Yeah, they have the worst heroes on the left.
They do.
You're defending a literal woman abuser right now, dude.
It makes it really easy to believe the allegations against you when you are defending a woman abuser.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was bald. He was a bald. Is it because balds have to stick together?
So here's the difference between
bald
what you look like and what I look like. Me being bald was not something that I did in my life to get bald. Yeah. You drink a lot of beer and you have probably eat donuts all day, and that's why you're fat and disgusting. So now,
I want donuts right now.
I can eat donuts all day.
Right?
Yeah, you're see, I told you he was bald. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, with that hat, yeah, he's the insecure lefty bald guy. Like I'm bald.
Remember,
I don't fucking care. Who cares? So what?
The question on the table is, what do you think of the fat guy who pushed her, or about the fat guy pushing her? And so far, we've gone over being fat and bald.
Yes, because personal attacks and calling Andrew fat to deflect from the guy sucker attacking Savannah.
You are defending
nothing wrong.
You're defending a woman abuser, and you have the balls to call Andrew disgusting.
Yeah, that's pretty vile, man. You got to pick your heroes a lot better, or your champions, because this is gross. I would not defend even like Rachel Maddow getting knocked to the ground, because that's gross, especially from somebody running up behind her and hitting her. That's disgusting.
If Savannah had been in this guy's face and she hit him or pushed him or something, and he pushed her back and she went down, and be like, "That, you're a big guy, you know what you did there," but she asked for it. She was turned away from this motherfucker. This was a sucker punch.
Frosted makes a good point. When you're arguing with Andrew Wilson and you come off as the childish one,
right?
Like, that's fair. Like Andrew's got kids, so he has to have a dad voice in there somewhere.
Oh my God.
I look better than you do, Brian. What do you mean?
I'm sure.
We're gonna see each other at an event in a few days.
I can't wait, Andrew.
And you're gonna be like this to me. You're gonna be like, whoa.
Oh no, he's attacking him for being short.
He does kind of come off as having like little big man syndrome.
Look, for the record, I am okay with Andrew being childish now, because Brian's basically asked for it at this point. Andrew has been way more constrained than I would have been.
Yeah, he's being way more professional because I don't know why. Because I guess he knows he's the adult in the room, and that, I mean, look, we've seen Andrew say some pretty crass things. Sure. He's restrained himself so incredibly much here. It's actually really surprising how professional he's being here.
Yeah, by the way, your wife on Saturday all day, your wife was trying to convince complete strangers how hot you are. It's so
she
weird.
Thinks, hey, I'm so. Okay.
His wife thinks he's attractive. Weird.
Yeah, that's so unhealthy in a relationship.
And I'm only bringing up that point for a part you guys didn't get to see. If you watched the very beginning of this, Andrew tells Brian that Rachel's going to kick his ass in the debate. And he's like, oh, so you think that your wife's going to beat me? That's surprising. The man who's married to her thinks that she's going to win. So I'm not, it's not out of pocket to play the same childish game with him.
Yeah.
Fuck you. His wife thinks he's attractive. That's a good thing. And by the way,
or
women find things us men like not as attractive. They like shit that we wouldn't like. Hair. Like there's a lot of women who like a hairy chest, and no man in the world is like, well, I guess there's some gay men who like bears, but no man wants a woman with a hairy chest.
Oh God, no, that's weird, creepy. Ladies, have that taken off, okay? Don't have a hairy chest.
There are some really ugly dudes that women lose their shit for, and it's not just their own personal guy. There's some Cumberbatch dude looks like a fucking foot, and women are like, he's so attractive.
Yeah, look at Pete Davidson.
Yeah, I mean, Pete Davidson looks like a monkey with Down syndrome.
He does, like somebody shaved a chimpanzee.
Yeah. Keldrick, thank you. How dare a woman find her husband attractive? The nerve, the gall, how absurd. Yes, Andrew should put her in her place, Brian style, for that. I don't know if he beat anybody, but I'm just going with his. Hey, you got to prove you didn't. That's your rules, not mine.
My wife thinks I'm hot.
That's great. I don't have a problem with that. But trying to convince a bunch of strangers all day how hot you are is bizarre, insecure.
Okay, I have a feeling that she wasn't trying to convince strangers how hot he was. She was arguing with people who called him ugly. That's different. She's explaining why she finds him attractive to people who are just being shitbags.
Or she was bragging. She thinks
she was bragging.
And she's like, haha, I have a hot husband.
Yep.
So what? She finds him attractive. Who cares? Why are you bringing this up, Brian? This is childish.
I talk about how beautiful my wife is all the time. I'm not trying to convince you guys because you'll never see her. I'm just mentioning that she's attractive because she is.
Yeah, I've seen your wife. She's a very attractive woman.
She's such a little cutie. Anyway.
Behavior. Let me answer your question.
Let me answer just her being proud of how good.
Now he wants to answer the question. All right, here it is again. Let's take a bet. Is he actually going to answer the question? Remember, the question on the table is, what do you think of the fat guy pushing her?
Fine. I'm glad your wife thinks you're hot.
Yeah,
okay?
She thinks I'm amazing.
Okay. Great, Andrew. Yeah, you're great.
Yeah.
Okay, so now can I answer the
that's
question?
true.
Now can I answer
go ahead.
the question?
Yeah, sure.
So I've done OAN, Fox News, CNN,
dear.
Okay, hold on.
On a regular basis in stasis.
About this story. Okay, about this story. There's a reason why I'm bringing that up. It's not gloating about how popular Brian Shapiro is. I'm just saying I've been consistent on this since day one. I believe, and I said this yesterday on OAN, and I just posted it on YouTube. I believe both sides made mistakes. I believe that Chris even believes that he should not have pushed her. He should not have.
This is the leftist argument. Both sides. Let's, again, for argument's sake, say that Savannah didn't touch this guy. Let's say she hit somebody else. She punched somebody right in the face. She didn't, but let's, for argument's sake, say yes, that she clocked somebody right in the nose. She's walking away. There's no contact at that point, and this asshole walks up behind her and pushes her like that. Where's the both sides there?
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Somebody that wasn't involved in the situation, when the threat has already passed, you do not get to run up and attack somebody. Also, the dad, Brian's leaving out the part that's on video where the dad said, go blow your whistle in her ear.
Yeah.
And it was his daughter that was blowing the whistle. So, of course, this is a family event. They are all troublemakers. They're rabble rousers, and they go around and do this at different protests where they go harass people. Savannah was doing nothing to instigate. She was just out there to film. She wasn't even interviewing people. She was just filming, and they attacked her. But first they were blowing the whistle in her ear, and then it got physical. So there's no justification for this. It's to say that Savannah is somehow responsible simply because she worked at where she works, because she works for what, Turning Point USA, on their Frontlines program. And she put her hand up to stop a psycho from blowing a whistle in her ear. That is not instigation. That is not any reason to attack this woman.
Again, and blowing a whistle in somebody's ear is assault. You can hurt somebody's ear that way.
Yes.
Full Metal Joker, thank you so much. What monkey? You don't like carpet titties? 20% gay confirmed. LOL. What are carpet titties? Oh, hair on the chest.
Chest hair.
I got it. I've never heard that
it's like
before.
when dudes have werewolf sweaters. If you have carpet titties, I'm sorry, I'm going to think you have a penis too. So we're not going any further than that. Be like, you took your shirt off, you have a hairy chest. I have to go. This is not what I signed up for.
Well, you should get your hand up the shirt before she takes it off. So that's on you if you get to that point and you're just noticing the hair. I'm saying you were kind of asking for it at that point. Let's get back to these tards.
Ever put his hands on her. There were mistakes that were made on both sides made mistakes. I believe that Chris even believes that he should not have pushed her. He should not have ever put his hands on her. There were mistakes that were made on both sides. Savannah made the first physical contact, even though I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that she was just trying to strike the whistle out of her ear. That's annoying. Gray area, whether that's a crime or not, but that's annoying.
No, it's not gray area. If you can harm somebody, then yes, it is. That you can be charged with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely not a gray area. Not at all. No gray area there.
I don't think that's good behavior.
He ran up and shoved her from behind, dude.
Finish. I'm trying to give you my full answer, dude. Be quiet.
Well, how long is it going to take?
Pushes the whistle because
I'm not a huge Andrew Wilson fan, but I could hug him right now. That was perfect. Bro, just spit it out. You're defending this guy, and I don't care how many places you've been doing it. You're just defending him.
Yeah, it's not even like a reasonable defense. This is a disingenuous, kind of overly simplistic, childlike defense of somebody. Well, I like him, so he's never wrong.
Yeah.
Give you context.
All right.
She pushes the whistle tries to put the whistle out of her face and strikes her in the face, the daughter. Okay. So technically she makes then what happens? There's a physical altercation between the daughter. There's a physical altercation between the wife. I wish nobody put their hands on anybody, and I don't condone.
Okay. And again, if that's all it is, it's still a little bit of an overreaction when you caused the problem to begin with. But nobody's talking about that. What we're talking about is the man coming up later after everything is over and pushing her in the back. You fucking little pussy.
And the whole thing could have been avoided if the girl hadn't gone up and blown the whistle in her ear. That was the catalyst for this entire event. And she was put up to it by the sucker punching dad.
Violence on either side ever. However, from a father's perspective, when you see your daughter in a physical altercation and your wife, some fathers, not all, are going to want to defend their family.
Well, why didn't he get involved before it stopped?
Yeah, why didn't he try and stop his daughter from assaulting this woman with her whistle?
Well, even granting that the whistle thing happened, right? If he was so concerned about it, as a man, you don't wait till it's all done and then go push the lady.
Well, if you're a pussy, you do.
The confrontation was already over. Sav was walking away. There's distance between everybody, and he came up on her. You don't get to play the dad card at that point. You're just a woman abuser. Not Josh, Brian. If you do that, you're just a woman abuser, Brian.
Now, if he is arrested,
the chick's that tall.
Let me finish. If he is arrested,
what?
If he is arrested and convicted of assault,
I
won't have a problem with that at all. As I've said, let the justice system take its place. I haven't condoned.
But you're also fine with it if he's not found guilty of assaulting a woman. That's the real problem here.
Yeah, this is easily a battery case. The guy committed a battery, a sucker punching one, and it probably should be escalated to a felony.
Should be, yeah.
But so far, the DA out there is a big old lefty and hasn't even had these people arrested yet. There's been no indictment down. They were investigating, but they haven't been officially charged yet. And I don't know what's going on, why they haven't been, other than the fact that the DA is a Soros DA.
Yeah. The evidence is clear. Even if you want to say all of the other stuff happened, there was a break in the violence. There's nothing is happening. Savannah is literally yelling, "Don't touch me. Don't touch me." She's moved away. There's easily 8 feet between her and everyone else. This wasn't in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Violence anytime.
How is that not a cowardly ass attack, though, Brian? Or cowardly attack?
Why don't I just explain to you?
Yeah, but that's so weird.
What's
Hernandez is
weird
like,
about wanting, what's
well,
weird about
Hernandez is like this tall. If it was really, hang on, if it was really,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant for a guy who's what, 6 foot to sucker push a woman in the back who's only like 5 foot. It is irrelevant, because if she was 6 foot and he did the same thing, it's still a shitty thing to do. But we all know as people, seeing somebody push a little person like that is worse, because you can seriously harm them.
You get in front of a jury and you show them that video of that giant fat dude pushing that little woman.
Yep.
There's a biological instinct in most people that says, holy shit, that's disgusting.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we do live in this internet arena, and I think Brian has the same problem we see with a lot of the streamers on the left. They don't understand how normal people think that aren't in this arena and seeing all this shit all the time.
Yeah.
Some random person that works like a construction job getting drafted into the jury pool, seeing this is going to have a very different reaction than people that watch the news all the time and are a little more desensitized to violence. They're going to be like, holy fuck, what just happened?
Here's the thing, Brian, being an alleged woman abuser yourself, are you just saying it's not a big deal because you like abusing women? I'm just asking. I'm just asking the questions.
Yeah, I think he's okay with certain women being attacked.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like Savannah, because maybe she won't touch his pee-pee or something. And he doesn't like her in politics, so it makes it okay, because no bad tactics, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go.
Stop, dude. If it was really a matter of him being concerned for the safety of his daughter, right? That dude was behind her. He could easily have just moved her. She's no threat to him. So Andrew, he ran up and line back, shoved her from behind, by the way. Very cowardly behavior.
2 things. Quickly, Andrew, 2 things. So first of all, as I'm repeating myself again, nobody should have put their hands on anybody. I've been very clear.
But that's a coward. How is that not coward?
Nobody should put their hands on anybody. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But what do you think about what he specifically did?
Yeah. We've passed the realm of they shouldn't do that. And I think everybody agrees you shouldn't lay hands on people as a general principle. You don't just run up and shove people. But it happened, so that hypothetical has passed. Yeah. We have moved beyond that goalpost because it no longer applies. We're not on the soccer field. We're on the football field now, where it did happen. And don't you think that what did happen is a sucker play?
Yeah.
Maybe answer the question that's presented.
Run out from behind and
let
do
me
that.
Finish.
Answer my question, dude.
Whether it was behind or front, if in fact there's enough evidence for law enforcement, and I've said this everywhere, to arrest him and convict him, then let the cards fall where they may. The family.
No. The question is, what do you think about it?
Yeah.
Hey, when other people decided, I don't care what happens, is not an answer.
It's a pussy, cowardly response to the question presented, because I don't think he's man enough to say, yeah, that was wrong. He'll dance around it like he has been, but he won't admit that is a cowardly move.
I don't believe he actually believes it's wrong.
I don't think he does either. That's why he won't say it.
Allegedly, because allegedly it's because he's a woman abuser himself.
I think it's also because he doesn't have a problem with violence against his perceived enemies.
Sure, yeah.
And he's such a tiny, insecure little man that he can't admit that somebody on his side did something wrong.
Yeah.
threats. They both lost their jobs. I know you don't condone that. They've had emails and phone calls that the wife and daughter are going to be raped. I don't think they deserve.
I don't believe that's real.
I don't either. We
I'm
hear
not
that
saying
a lot.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's never happened, but most of the time that people finally do will be like, here's the evidence. And you read it, and it's like, you're a bad person. See, they want me raped.
Yeah, they won't be raped and murdered in a ditch. That's very specific. How did you extrapolate that?
And for the record, just to go to Brian's logic here, it is perfectly logical for men to see what happened to her and be very, very upset about it and want to cause violence to the person who did it.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a father-daughter thing.
That either. Now, I want to ask you a question, and I hope you can answer.
But you haven't answered mine. I want you to answer to my question.
I think it was wrong. I think it was wrong.
No, cowardly.
Okay. Well,
was it cowardly?
I think it was wrong, but he won't call it cowardly.
Of course he won't, because I bet this guy's a sucker punching bitch, too.
Is that what you did to that woman, allegedly?
For him to run up behind this little tiny woman and line back, shove her across the friggin' asphalt.
Let's see if you're a coward right now. By the way, I've answered the question. Nobody should.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Is it cowardly? Oh my God.
Was it? So no, it wasn't cowardly.
I'm not going to answer whether it's cowardly or not. I told you that nobody
Why not?
puts their hands on anybody.
Did he just say he answered that? He just said I answered that.
Yes, he did. You won't make a judgment call about if it's cowardly or not. I've called friends of mine cowardly when they're acting cowardly.
Yeah.
And you won't do it to a stranger who pushed a tiny little woman in her back?
No, because they're on the same team, Monkey. They have the same ends in mind.
He didn't have the balls to push her to her face. That's how cowardly he was. A woman who's a foot shorter than him easily. He did not have the balls to step to her. That's cowardly. Oh my God.
I'm going to answer any more of your questions until you answer mine.
Are you a patriot if you beat cops on January 6th? Are you a hostage?
Oh my God.
The go-tos have all come out. We had Trump derangement. Now we're on January 6th. Did he mention Charlottesville? I don't think he did, but
not yet. For the record, yes, you can absolutely be a patriot and beat a cop.
That depends on the cops doing something unlawful, like inciting violence. I mean, breaking the Fourth Amendment.
Entirely dependent on the situation.
Yes, that's the problem. You can't have all these generalities and have unilateral decisions. There are bad cops out there who commit crimes. So defending yourself against that would be okay, legally, ethically, morally, but you need specifics. And this whole January 6th thing, most of the people that were involved in violence against the police were shoving. So Andrew has addressed this, by the way, in the past.
This is something Brian brings up all the time when he's losing an argument. And he was on the Tim Pool show and said that he doesn't really even know everything that happened, but he just talks about it like he does.
Yeah.
He didn't say that part, the last part, but Tim Pool basically showed that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about with January 6th.
And if you're losing to Tim Pool, you should probably not debate people.
What he's doing here is what the left did on January 6th. I thought you guys supported police.
Yeah, and look, there were bad actors out there that absolutely did attack the police, and they should be in jail. The problem is that the laws were bent and twisted, and it wasn't a fair trial. That's what most people are complaining about.
And no matter what Andrew answers here, yes, you're a patriot. No, you're not a patriot. What does that have to do with a woman being pushed in the back by a fat guy?
Nothing. It's completely disingenuous and unrelated. He's just doing character assassination, or trying to. Yes, anybody that hit a cop with a fire extinguisher should be in jail, but they should have a fair trial. You can't just make them guilty. That's why everybody got pardoned, because their trials weren't fair. Even the left loves to bring that up.
If you look at the actual violence of that day, 50, maybe 100 people were involved in any actual touching of police officers.
Yes.
And the Justice Department bragged about how they had over 1,500 people arrested.
Yes. So some people, like that one old lady, was just wandering around in the building. Yeah. That's a trespassing ticket
at most.
Best. Yeah. It's a $75 ticket that you should have had and been like banned for a year from the Capitol building. Big fucking deal. But instead, they threw the book at everybody and bent the laws to make it fit.
I would argue it's even not trespassing. It might be an unlawful entry kind of thing because it is the people's house, but there's times you're allowed in it.
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor at best.
It is. It's a nothing burger, and that's what it should have been. But god damn, they love January 6th when they're losing something.
Yeah, they're talking about such a tiny number of people that actually had any kind of physical violence with the interaction with the police, and the majority of that was shoving. Very few people were attacking the cops with weapons, and some of them that were FBI plants, and that is widely known now.
Ngozi, congratulations. I'm no longer unemployed, just got a job after a long time searching. Congratulations.
Hey, awesome.
Awesome. Man. Awesome. All right.
Are you a patriot if you beat cops on January 6th? Are you a hostage?
What does that have to do with anything?
I want to know if you're consistent or you're a hypocrite.
What does this have to do with anything?
Did he call the guy unpatriotic?
He never brought up patriotism once, and these were... Savannah was not a police officer. The attacker was not a police officer. So how is this related in any way? This was not even a riot. This was a mob standing around, and Savannah was filming and was attacked for it.
The only thing that is comparable is the guy who threw the fire extinguisher and hit the cop in the back of the head because he threw it at the back of the police crowd there. Everything else was at least face to face. I mean, and again, nobody brought up patriotism, you asshole.
Yeah, this is such a disingenuous thing to bring up, and it's got nothing to do with anything, and they're not even remotely similar situations.
The question he asked you was, is it cowardly? If you want to say, is it cowardly to hit police on January 6th, at least then you'd be on topic, dickhead.
Maybe Brian associates patriotism with cowardice.
I don't know. Let's see.
Want to know if you're a hypocrite or not. If you beat a cop on January 6th, some of those officers have traumatic brain injury. They've released their medical records.
Yeah, of course. Anybody who beats a cop, they should go to jail. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't say they should go to jail. Donald Trump called them hostages.
Oh God, more TDS.
Can you please answer it? More TFS. Answer the question. Answer the question.
What's the question?
Are you a hostage and a patriot if you beat cops on January 6th?
Well, Donald Trump wasn't talking about only people who beat cops on January 6th when he said that.
No, he was talking about the people that were lawfully protesting that were charged. Because a lot of people weren't even in the building, like the retard from the boys group. Enrique
wasn't even in the city.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that guy wasn't even in the whole area, and he got charged. There were a lot of people that got charges that didn't do anything. They were just there or somehow associated with people that were there. So Trump was talking about those people, not necessarily specifically the people attacking the police.
And even then, you can be a patriot and do bad shit.
Yeah.
That's why he asked about cowardice. He didn't question the guy who pushed Savannah's patriotism, you stupid motherfucker. There would be no hypocrisy no matter what his answer was.
Yeah, and you could ask any of those J6ers that did attack the police, they will still say they were patriots. They may be misguided and did something wrong, but they still consider themselves patriots.
And they absolutely were hostages because most of them held when they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, under false pretenses and laws that didn't apply. If they'd gotten fair trials, that's a different story entirely. This involves a lot of nuance and a lot more knowledge than Brian is displaying here.
People who did that, no, of course not.
So you disagree with Donald Trump?
Donald Trump never said that anybody was a patriot for beating cops.
Said everybody that day that were convicted, everybody, including those who were caught.
I'll take what is hyperbolic statements for 100.
Yeah.
Everything that you can do to take out of context remarks that you go out of your way to purposely misunderstand.
Andrew, he pardoned them.
Good. He should have pardoned them. So they weren't getting fair trials. They weren't getting fair trials.
That is the important part.
Yes, that's the part that they love to ignore. The trials were not fair. It was rigged against the defendants. They were getting 3 years for stuff that was like at best a ticket.
And about Potato Right, a lot of them didn't even have trials. A lot of them had been held without trial since January 6th or since their arrest and had not got to the trial phase yet.
Yeah, and they were held in solitary confinement in harsh situations that were completely unacceptable and easily qualified as cruel and unusual.
I have no doubt that some of those people didn't get fair trials. That's not what we're talking about.
I would have pardoned them too. They weren't getting fair trials under the criminal justice system. That's one. And the second thing, Brian, is this guy was cowardly, in a cowardly display, ran up behind this little chick and just shoved her across, right? And you're like, well, the only thing that I can think of is, I don't think she has concussion because she hasn't satisfied my personal evidentiary standard of that. It's like, no. Why does she need to release her medical?
Yes. It's literally what you said.
Yeah.
If I don't get her medical records, I don't believe her.
No. It's just so much like I have ex-girlfriends like this dude. They were less hairy though.
I'm just going to say he sits to pee at the very least.
Oh, yeah. I bet he practiced tucking more than Buffalo Bill did in Silence of the Lambs.
Records to satisfy you. It was clear that the woman was assaulted, and it was clear it was a cowardly attack.
Thank you, Metal Minister. Good morning, Monk and Jack. Back to the beginning. Well, enjoy. You got like 4 hours so far to watch.
Yeah, good morning, Metal.
Good morning to you.
Enjoy. It's mostly a lot of us yelling and being angry.
Cowardly leftist who, by the way, surrounded. Hang on.
Why hasn't anybody been
cowardly leftist who surrounded her, goaded her, screeched at her, did everything they could to force a confrontation.
Yeah. So,
do you realize, Brian, that by your logic that you're trying to use here, you just turned yourself into Donald Trump?
Oh man, I don't think he's prepared to even wrap his pea brain around that concept.
If your argument for why this guy isn't a coward is to then be like, well, Donald Trump pardoned people, you're comparing yourself to Donald Trump. That's not finding out whether or not Andrew is a hypocrite. It's whether or not you are, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's a really good point, Monkey. I don't think Brian's capable of making that analogy, though, or understanding it either. So,
in this situation, you're the Donald Trump, dipshit.
So, first of all, have there been any arrests that have been made?
To date, I don't think there has. No.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Because the DA's a piece
criminal
of shit.
justice.
Yeah, the same reason that we saw 5,000 charges that were on video kicked out in Portland. Because the DA was like, I don't feel like dealing with that. They're just protesters, so I'm not charging that. Many of them for violent crimes.
Yeah.
Why weren't they charged?
Because the justice system has been infiltrated by a bunch of communist sympathizers.
Yep.
Which McCarthy was right.
The system is slow.
Oh, Trump's DOJ. They're
slow. All criminal justice.
It's not a federal matter, dumbass.
Well, civil rights attorney Harmeet Dillon, Harmeet is looking into this now. So civil rights department is looking into this for federal charges.
But they shouldn't. Based on everything there, this is not a federal case. This is a state case of assault. Battery.
Civil rights. They're looking at it through a prior restraint because they're interfering with the press. She explained it better than I could. But I'm just saying that the feds are looking at it. I don't know.
But this is the same shit that they've done with other cases, like the Michael Brown case. Like, well, no charges were filed, so the feds are going to come in and try to make up some shit. I understand why there's some civil rights laws and stuff that probably are a good thing. But they get abused in this way. This is a state matter. It has no business on the federal level.
I don't know. It could be a hate crime. She's both a minority and a woman.
But you can't say that he did it because she was a minority or a woman.
I don't know.
He did it because he's a fat fucking moron.
I mean, maybe he saw like woman scary, vagina bad, because I think
But
Brian's probably relating to that.
I am consistent on this. There's so much that the feds put their nose in that they shouldn't.
Oh yeah, well that's their job, isn't it, to expand their power?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Real quick,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you, Keldrag. It's good to see you, man. I like waffles. So you hate pancakes? That's using Twitter's most effective debate strategy. Yeah, this is how debates are done now. It's so childish.
In fairness, there are still good debates out there.
Yeah,
this just definitely is not one of them.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you watch Destiny arguing with Constantine?
I haven't watched Destiny in months and months.
That dude is losing it. He's I think he's like depressed or something. His game is off. Anyway, let's get back to these dipshits.
System is slow, yeah.
So Trump's DOJ is slow. Gotcha.
All criminal under any president, it's slow, yeah.
So how many years?
Doesn't matter who it is.
So how many years?
Wouldn't matter if it was Obama's DOJ.
So you're okay. So you're okay with pardons and clean slates for people who give police officers traumatic brain injuries, but you're totally okay a couple of years in prison. Some of these officers are suffering for the rest of their lives, even if Savannah did have a
for the record, I don't think assault should be a lifelong imprisonment. No, it should just be a couple of years.
That's some of these guys got 3 to 5, and some of them probably deserved it. And no, it's not okay to hit police officers and give them traumatic brain injuries. And no, it's not okay to attack reporters that you don't like just because you don't like them.
Dangerous. That's true. Biden pardoned cop killers. That is absolutely true.
Yeah. More than one. That's
Faithless says depends on the severity. Most of the time we're talking about assault. I mean, you're talking about getting hit a couple of times. I just don't think that rises to the level of some felonies that are out there for it.
Yeah, this charges like attempted murder if the injuries are severe enough, you know.
I don't for assault, I'm not sure. I don't want to say it should never be that, but I think that 5 years is probably pushing it for most assault. Because I don't think prison should be used as a way to just lock people away forever for simple mistakes that they're not gonna maybe. Even this guy, I think he should probably get 2 years with a suspended 3 on top.
Yeah, of it. Have him on probation or parole. That seems reasonable actually. So, I'm with you on that. Look, prison shouldn't necessarily ruin someone's life unless they're a repeat offender who goes around doing shit like this routinely. Then they're a danger to society. You can make a mistake and end up in jail and reform and repent for your crimes and do your time and come out and start your life over. Yeah. Nobody should be denied that unless they are a problem for society.
Let's just, for sake of argument, say she does.
Okay, so is he going to go to prison for a couple of years?
I'm asking you, what do you think Chris deserves?
Give him the same punishment they gave the Jan Sixers. Put him in prison for a couple of years.
So you think so? Okay, so let's go with that theory for a moment. So people who are
the same thing, Brian.
So let's just go with your ridiculous theory for a moment.
Okay.
So people who beat police officers with their own batons. Yeah. Again, I repeat, some of those officers were in the hospital for a very long time.
No, they weren't. None of them were in the hospital for a very long time. That is a lie.
Yeah, that is absolutely a lie that's been perpetuated for a long time.
Is he going to tell us about the ones that died that day?
Yeah. Oh, we're both on the same page there. Fucking retard.
Multiple officers have something called traumatic brain injury, something that you're probably not aware of.
No, they don't.
I don't think anybody got TBI out of this on January 6th. I think that's an inflation of what happened.
There's a video from one of the tunnels where you can see the people hitting the officers. All of the officers are decked out in riot gear.
Yeah, most of them had helmets on too.
Yeah, there's a couple who get hit in the head, and I'm not saying that you and I have been consistent on this since the beginning. The people who are hitting cops deserve to go to jail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you can give me a good reason you were hitting a cop, you deserve to go to jail for it.
Yeah, but you should also have a fair trial.
You should have a fair trial. You should not be held as a political prisoner. They should not be bending the laws to make your stay longer.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, the laws need to be applied fairly to everybody.
Yep.
And consistent. And that's all we're asking for. If somebody's a bad actor, you don't come at them with bullshit nonsense and try and flex the law to make it fit. That's not how the system works.
And the overwhelming majority of people arrested and charged did none of that.
Yeah.
They didn't even break the windows they went through. Some of them didn't even break windows. They went through doors.
And they know for a fact that some of the people that broke windows were agitators that were planted there. So don't give me that shit. I
know.
My parents have traumatic brain injury. I know the suffering that they have to go through.
So this is personal to you. This isn't going to be a reasonable conversation because you have skin in the game in this.
Does your mom have traumatic brain injury because you like to beat women, allegedly?
I think if I had to raise this guy, I would probably have some sort of problem. Real
every
quick.
Single day.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. The only way I could imagine the feds could legally get involved is if they go after the local prosecutor and DA for a deprivation of rights because they didn't prosecute because Savannah's right wing.
Sure.
But that's a really, really big stretch. It would be too difficult of a case, I think. I think they'd be more likely to try and pressure that DA to step down.
And in that case, they're going after the DA, not the guy who pushed her.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, theoretically, with all the weird nonsense hate crime laws and the weird federal overreach, they could go after these people, but I don't think there's a really good case for that. I just think they could if they wanted because they've inflated the power of the feds way too much.
Unless the cops started hitting you for no reason and you're just defending yourself, they should go to jail. True. The argument that you hear most of the time for why the violence happened is the cops shot tear gas at these people.
Yeah.
And they were just being peaceful in their protest. And while I can understand why that would make you mad, it's not justification to beat a cop.
No, it's not a good idea to get into a fight with a person that can arrest you, and that is often, going to get, let's be honest, some preferential treatment in court.
Yeah.
Look, you can have your disagreements with the police and how modern policing is done. That doesn't make it okay to attack somebody.
This is where we talk about when we had all the black people got shot. If you're in a crowd and the police fired tear gas into it and you guys weren't doing anything wrong, the correct answer is to sue them for violating your civil rights. It's not to go start beating them with their own billy clubs.
Yeah, you don't run over and attack. You go through the legal means.
Yeah,
get their qualified immunity stripped for deprivation of rights under color of law. That's a real thing.
Yep.
So violence is an answer, but it's not always the right answer.
Yeah.
So you got to be a little more tactical about this, especially because if you're on the right, you're going to be portrayed in a certain way by the left-wing media, who runs most of the media. So you have to be a little smarter, which is why we told people don't go to this Fed trap January 6th.
This just to reiterate the point you were just making, we are more than 6 years past this.
Yep.
And this is this asshole's justification for a fat guy pushing a little woman.
Yeah, like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They're not even like contemporaneous incidents. Like they weren't connected in any way. They didn't happen the same month or year. These are 6 years apart, and one has absolutely fucking nothing to do with the other. It's a disingenuous attempt to discredit Andrew and make him look like a darn fascist.
He said it. I'm trying to see if you're a hypocrite. Be Afro Man and make a rap song, get sued and win. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You can easily profit these days off of being attacked. So it's just don't fight with the cops. Okay, there's better ways to handle things. You're probably gonna lose. You know why? Because they have body armor, an assortment of weapons, and a little radio to call similar individuals.
right,
it's also morally wrong to fight people like that.
Let's get back to these this idiot, not these idiots.
Yeah, this whole thing is just enraging.
So you're saying this guy Chris who shoved, that's the only physical shove
from behind. From behind.
Shoved her to the ground.
On the concrete.
Which is very cowardly behavior.
Hold on.
It wasn't into the grass. On concrete is important there.
Yes. Yeah,
if you shove somebody to the ground, you deserve just as many years in prison as somebody who beats a police officer to the point where they have traumatic brain injury and almost die. Is that what Andrew Wilson is saying?
Almost die. Yeah, this is getting. Yeah. By the end of this conversation, they were gonna AOC and die 35 times that day.
So I have a cousin on my dad's side that one time claimed that he got attacked by some local gang members.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time he was done telling the story, it had evolved so much. It went from like 2 guys that attacked him while he was skateboarding to he had to fight them off with the spiral end of his notebook and skateboard to get out of there alive. And there were at least 5 of them, and they were armed with knives and shit. But thankfully, his martial arts training kicked in. It's like that. He's expanding the story to make it more atrocious in this case. Yeah. I don't know. I can't stand that. That drives me nuts.
Dean, how dare you? Damn, we're getting the EFAP experience. Those pussies got nothing on my pausing.
We are the masters of EFAP around here. Those EFAP guys, they should be ashamed of the name of their show.
Yes.
Right now?
I'm confused. At least some prison time? Can we agree on that?
Okay, but that's not what you just said. You said treat them just like those people who beat cops on January 6th.
Yeah, no. He said the same time that they did, which is only a couple of years, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah. Throw them in prison for 3 years. I think the 3 years was the most somebody got.
Yeah,
or
so
5 years
that they actually did.
Yeah, that they actually did. Yeah.
We'll make sure that they don't get a fair trial too.
Would you like to retract what you just said?
No, fine. Put them in jail. If you want the Jan Sixers to be in jail for assault, it seems consistent that you'd want this guy to be in jail for assault.
Because
there's a difference between assault. He's now trying to elevate it to attempted murder, which there was no attempted murder that day. Violent assault, sure. Battery, sure. Those are the same crimes.
Yeah, and again, most of the violence against the police was shoving.
Yeah.
If you look at the January 6th stuff, most of it was people shoving the cops because a lot of the cops had shields, don't forget.
True.
So there were people shoving and grabbing on the shields. And that's what the majority of the violence was that day. And there's video evidence of this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of video evidence of this. He is being very disingenuous.
Because I can tell you that between the two situations,
and many of the people, in fact, the overwhelming majority of the people in the J6 situation didn't beat anybody.
700 people out of the 1,500 people, 700 of them are violent criminals. There were at least
nonsense.
They didn't beat anybody. Almost nobody there beat anybody. What do you mean? This guy actually did the deed.
700 people were convicted of violent crimes on January 6th. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
What violent crime?
I've seen you on Tim Pool talking about this. You are not. You should never say nobody knows what they're talking about here.
TFS, everybody. TFS.
What violent crimes?
Bear spraying officers in the face. You can talk about making physical contact with officers, beating.
See, that is important because you can be charged with assaulting an officer if you bump into them.
Yes.
So when he's violent assaults, no. What Andrew's pointing out, and if you go look at the video that we have access to, because there's still a bunch of it that's hidden, there are very few people involved in beating the cops.
Yeah, because they were in doorways, which are very hard to get through because it's a bottleneck and you can only have so many people there. And fascinatingly, there's a lot of video proving what Andrew was saying, which is it's so weird that we're defending Andrew so much on this one.
Yeah, well, it's
usually you're ragging on him way more.
Yeah. When he's right, he's right.
Yeah.
That is how I deal with people. Anyway, here we go. We're almost done. Let's try to knock this out because I really got to pee. It's been 4 hours.
But you can run pee quick. I'll talk to the audience.
Oh, Lady Monkey's up, and I also want to go back to bed. So.
Oh, fair. Well, I won't sleep. Blah blah blah.
But the most pressing issue is my bladder. So.
Police officers.
700 of them were not convicted of that.
Okay, there were.
You're lying through your teeth.
I didn't
lying through your teeth.
Okay,
Brian.
so here's what Andrew does.
Lying, Brian.
Wait, you don't get to say you didn't say that. You repeated several times 700 people were convicted of violent assault.
Yeah, he absolutely said that. And I could guarantee you that it was probably less than 200 people actually did anything violent.
Yeah. Because the bottleneck that you're talking about, even the worst case scenario which I would say is that the one tunnel, I believe it's over on the east side. I don't remember exactly, but the amount of people who could actually get in range of the police was maybe 20 because it is so small of an area that the police had blocked off.
Yeah, and they're going to be hitting each other just as much as they're hitting on the cops. And again, I'm not defending attacking police officers. It's important to be specific in the way that you're addressing this specific situation. You need to be honest about it, and Brian is being very disingenuous.
Well, to give you guys an example, one of the things that gets talked about a lot is the barrier breach and the cop that got hit at the barrier breach. They weren't trying to hit the cop with that barrier.
Yeah.
The cop was there, and when the barrier gets moved, it moves in a way that hits them. That's not them beating the police the way that Savannah got pushed here.
Yeah. These are totally different scenarios.
Yep.
And Brian's an asshole for even trying to make this comparison. They are not remotely similar things.
Are Ben and this guy related? No.
Andrew, are you going to stop acting like an idiot and pay attention? I didn't say.
We got to get through this pause every 10 seconds.
Pot, have you met the kettle?
This dude doesn't even understand that analogy, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, I think you need to provide some evidence here.
Andrew,
700 of them were violent. Andrew, that's a lie, Brian.
Andrew,
Brian,
you're not listening, and
you're not listening, Brian.
Andrew, 700 people.
He's such a child. It's so funny.
I'm sorry. I'm giving him a pass on being childish here. He's earned it for sitting through this.
Yeah, and look, the dude is being childish. He has a right to talk to him like a child when he's acting like a child.
Oh, God bless.
I actually give Andrew a lot more deference on this when he's arguing with some of the women on whatever, because they are acting like children. So he's talking to them like he would talk sarcastically to a child.
Of violent crimes. I didn't say 700 people beat cops.
Yeah, but for what though? For most of them for nonsense.
Wait. He said they weren't. Oh my God, he just lied.
Is he licking a window right here?
He might be.
Yeah, he totally lied. He's disingenuous. He's not careful with his wording.
You said they were arrested. All these people were arrested for beating cops. And Andrew said 700 people weren't arrested for beating cops. You said 700 were arrested for violent crime.
Yeah, what violent crime if it wasn't against the police? Were there phantoms there that I didn't see? Like, were spooky ghosts or undead coming out? Were there a bunch of civilians suddenly breaking out into brawls? I didn't see any of that. What are you talking about? Who else would they be attacking if they weren't attacking the cops? What are these violent? Were they shadow boxing? Was Peter Pan's shadow getting beat up?
But his whole thing is that was in response to Andrew saying 700 people were not beating cops. We're not pummeling them the way they almost to death, you guys. And now he's trying to pretend that's not what he said. Oh, what a lying douche.
Soon it'll be they beat them so hard they killed them, resurrected them with a wizard like Magog was there, brought them back to life, and then we're beating them some more.
Sense infractions.
Okay, yeah, it's nonsense. So if it's Savannah Hernandez,
give me the best. Hang on. Were most of the people there convicted for assaulting police officers, or even close?
I never said that.
Yeah, of course not. Of course,
it was the ghosts.
I'm telling you, spooky ghosts were involved in this somehow.
Ridiculous. You're conflating these two things.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Disingenuous. No, I'm not. You're being disingenuous. And here's why. For the people that did assault police officers, which is not in question, You said that this guy who pushed Savannah from behind, you call it cowardly, should get the same.
Did you just take a childish swipe at the notion of somebody who pushed a woman in her back being cowardly?
Yes, he did. He also used the "I'm rubber, you're glue" argument. So,
see, this is why I make fun of this fucker all the time.
Yeah, this guy. I didn't know who this guy was till you told me about him like a week or two ago. And now that I've seen several of his so-called debates, the guy's just seriously like a child.
He's a fucking tard, man.
He is. He's not smart. He's not good at this. And he has very middle school ideas of how things work and how arguments happen.
At this point, I'm thinking of changing the title to this to Andrew Wilson is a fucking saint.
Andrew Wilson has the patience of a almost of a demigod at this point, I think, because look how composed he is through this entire thing. We've both lost our shit at this about a dozen times, and he has been very restrained. I am really impressed with that.
I would still, to his face, be making comments about him beating women allegedly.
Right?
I would make sure I say allegedly every time because he looks like the kind of twat who would sue over an obvious joke.
I guarantee you this guy's a litigious piece of shit.
Allegedly.
He has that personality, I should say.
Jail time. That's somebody who almost kills a police officer.
No,
nothing ridiculous.
Now he's not even with the severe brain. It almost killed him. None of them were almost killed.
I'm telling you, it's just an ever evolving situation. Wait till we hear about spiral notebooks. I'm telling you.
God bless, man.
Some of these people you say just touched a cop and they went to jail for years. Why don't they get the same thing?
Give me one case of somebody that touched a cop and went to jail.
That's what you
did. You were the one who said they just touched a cop.
Yeah. Also, there were people that were doing that because they were just like shoving on their shields.
Yeah.
And the one guy got his foot stepped on or something when they moved the barrier.
Yeah. You also used bear spray. Remember, that was the violent crime.
Yeah, doesn't even involve touching. That's spraying someone, which is pretty egregious. But he's making these broad sweeping statements and then backpedaling. I never said that.
Yeah, exactly, Dave. Give me one case of somebody charged with attempted murder. None of them had that charge, and you keep saying they almost killed him. That would be attempted murder.
If they could have charged attempted murder, they absolutely would have.
Just said, some of them were convicted of touching police officers.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I never said. I said.
So why not give him the same crime? The same thing.
I never said touching a cop. Beating police officers with their own batons, trying to gouge out their eyes. There were fingers that were.
Most people were not put in jail for that, Brian.
All right.
Okay, that's a new one. I've never heard of the fingers being cut off. Who was that?
I don't remember fingers being cut off. I remember there were accusations of somebody trying to gouge an eye, but I doubt that actually happened either, honestly. That one's possible, but I don't think I ever heard of anyone losing fingers.
Again, we're
not even close.
We're towards
not
the
even
end.
Not even in the same universe.
Andrew, I have 2 minutes left here. Okay, I have 2 minutes left.
Oh God!
Thank you for coming on. I'm sure that Tuesday will be enjoyable. I'm actually looking forward to it, regardless of what you and your wife think of me.
Because you're going to be.
You shouldn't be looking forward to this because I'm not the biggest fan of Rachel Wilson, but just based on this and what I know about her, she's going to walk all over the floor with you. She's going to walk all over you. She's going to bitch slap you with her metaphorical woman dick.
Yeah. Dude, you should be embarrassed by this conversation. You definitely shouldn't be going on stage with these guys. You are going to look so bad.
I'm actually looking forward to it, regardless of what you and your wife think of me.
Because you're going to beat me up.
Andrew, are you capable of being a normal human being for like 90 seconds?
I feel like I'll be a normal human being.
Bro, you can't remember the things you just said and deny them instantaneously. That's not normal human behavior.
This guy totally has a little big man complex.
One officer had the tips of their fingers crushed somehow. That's not fingers getting cut off.
Yeah, that sucks, by the way, because that's going to be very painful rehab.
Yeah.
But not the same thing as losing part of your fingers.
He actually said cut off.
Well, this guy
he made a little motion like something slicing across a hand.
Yeah,
anyway,
he's just disingenuous.
Hey, this is how normal human beings talk.
So here's the deal, Andrew. If it was in a situation where we could have an organized boxing fight, the day after you said you're a smoker and you weren't interested, and then the next day you said raise $50,000.
You agreed to do that. You agreed to it.
The next day, I have 1 minute.
How come you didn't do it? By the way, you agreed to it.
I'll tell you.
That minute went quick.
Yeah, it did. Not very convenient.
Even with our pause, that went really quick. For the record, I am an old smoker that's crippled, and I would beat the shit out of this guy in a boxing ring.
Yeah.
Tell you why? Because the next day I have the DMs are saying you didn't want to do it. So
No. We agreed to this after those DMs.
Yeah. Oh, so you just changed your mind in 24 hours, not to look like the coward.
Wait a second. I'm confused. Did you agree to it?
I will do it. I will do it.
Did you agree to it?
I will do it.
No, you agreed to pay $50K.
I will do it.
I
will do it. You said you didn't want to do it the next day. So
no, the next day I agreed to it.
So Andrew,
live on air. I agreed live on air that if you
Andrew, I have 30 seconds. Why should
Jesus Christ, that time is going quick. Where the fuck where's this show at?
I don't know, but it's some sort of time anomaly.
Wow.
Why should people buy tickets Tuesday?
What? To come see me?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I was just hoping you could be nice and promote the event, but I gave you the opportunity.
I did promote the event. Everyone's coming to see me. No one's coming out there to see you. Come on, Brian.
All right.
That sounds like you arguing with them. Yeah, people should come see me.
He's not wrong that's promoting the event.
Yeah.
But what Brian wanted was for Andrew to suck his balls.
Of course. Why would he? I mean, he's been disingenuous this whole time.
Be real.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that, Mr. Insecure. We'll see.
You brought up that somebody insulted your looks, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What do you mean we'll see? But there's nothing to see. It'll be a whole sea of crucible people.
You're not even
like two Brian family members, maybe.
Okay, Andrew deserves it. He should just get to mock this guy for the next 30 minutes straight.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the cultists to come out and see your wife get absolutely destroyed. But I appreciate you coming on, Andrew. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There's the end of it. God, what a fucking retard, man. I've never looked forward to our cat picture so much. God damn.
Right?
Even the Hassan thing at Yale wasn't that painful.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for suffering through that with us. God bless. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so kind. Jack, anything you want to show?
I'll drop some links to some cool recent videos. Thank you guys so much for the support you give us. We really appreciate it. It's how we get through life. And you're awesome for sticking with us for as long as you have, because this was not easy for either of us, and to be incredibly painful for you guys who are probably shouting at your monitors. So thank you for that.
For all the people who stuck around after the pubic hair conversation, I really appreciate you. Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here, even on days like today.
Guys, take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see you on the next one. Bye now.
Bye, everybody.
I don't want to sing. I need to pee.